Hello, Matthew. All good here. I'm not happy with last couple of changes. I think they're a little bit bad. Well, it's okay. We're gonna sort them out. Right, Chan. Yeah, it looks smooth, but it was a lot better before. Now it's weird. It had some weirdness in it. Like, yeah, like this animation here. Like, it's very like yes, some odd going on here. It's something off. Like this animation is fast, but some really weird things going on. I'm not quite sure. Anyway, I'm gonna set up a little bit of the tutorial tonight with guns and see and see what we do. Yeah, this animation just gets shorter like 20. It's weird. Something off. Something very off. Where is this message from? Alright. Yeah, we're thinking about doing the free demo of the game. We may do it at some point as like a small like yeah demo. Oh, yeah, I got 2 messages here. All right, so let's do it. Let's do it. I don't know what Gans is. Let's see if Gans is ready to do this tutorial thing. Okay, so so oh yeah. Let me see. Let's see. All right, okay. Right, do this now. While I wait for Gans, is slacking as usual. I'm going to work on fixing that uh fixing that a little bit of stutter after the landing. Let me check. So, uh, basically, hmm, analyze that face matching interface. What I can do here is okay. Let's do this. Um, it's like this, like very aggressive. I know it's not ideal, but right. And I'll be super aggressive in this thing and see what happens really. All right. Let's see that. Let's start from. Okay, I'm gonna start from there. Okay, let's try this. There you go. Oh, that's doesn't work at all. So weird. Hmm. Why it's like that? Oh, all right. So, all right. Hey, Norma. Good morning. Okay, I'm gonna break everything for a little while. Oh, on Friday. I see. I see. No, it's mm, extremely sus. But why this is not flying? Like, why it needs to be rebuilt again? What's this thing? Hello, Mary Parker. Yeah, so incredibly annoying. The dullest. Right, so okay, finish, please. Come on, finish. Hello, Ariane. Can you please go back? Come back from the brink. A lot of performance improvements coming from the next build. I think it's gonna be. Uh, I think it's gonna be a lot more performant because we toned down the club simulation and we toned down the meta even from load 1 to load 2, so it should be a lot faster. And if it's not faster, then I mean, I still need to check because I don't understand why on my machine is so slow. Like, it's incredibly slow. I'm really not sure about that. It declines, okay? Here it doesn't. Here it does. What? Where does it go? What was he actually doing there? I don't understand why. I want to get a placed animation, even wrongly, but when I say so. There is definitely something odd. Definitely something that doesn't make sense. Um, so we need to check on that. What the hell is that? It's weird. Let's go back to idle. Like, really, what the hell is it doing there? You can put in another window here. Let's see if that goes back to idle. It just makes absolute zero sense. Like, a lot of zero sense it makes. Right, okay. You can't see it got the thing on the other window, but right, let's check. Okay, it goes there. Then I said, okay, just go there. Okay, goes to the locomotion, stops. That's a little bit on nye, 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 and then it goes up. It does goes to idle. So idle. What the hell? Yeah, idle. If I don't go, like, I know it's a bit stupid, but okay. Once you have locomotion, just okay. This should never go to. This should never go to idle. Once you go out. Yeah, okay, it doesn't go to idle anymore. Okay, so it's being playable, but it doesn't matter. Does matter in a way, but it's in a sense. It's fine. Yeah, no, I mean the game being unoptimized is fair enough, but no, there is something else. I just there is there are some indications that they don't make much sense to me. It's me not knowing exactly how to flick some flags in a real engine. I just really baffled by that. Really, really baffled. It's Gun's fault anyway, so you know that. Um, but still, very strange. Like if you look here, I go 36 frames a second. It just makes no sense. And this is like it's not even running the game. Just like look, I look at this guy and this 40 frames a second. What? It should be like 200. I think it's Guns 8K textures for sure. Rendering all in 1 pixel. I just do not get that. Right, okay, so one, it goes montage climb up, okay? Even that is just takes ages. Just takes the billion years. See, that is what it should happen. Alright, montage climb up, okay, and then full locomotion. Good, okay, fall. But then I wanna do again, okay? Montage fall. Why doesn't it get me the new one? Montage will pop, right? Why is it so slow? Is that because? That because? I need to remember that I disabled the. I don't want to see this one. I just. What's going on? What? Mate. What? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this to me? Great, yeah. I just. I don't understand that. It's just freaking layout thing. Why this docking thing never works? It does always what you don't want to do. It's quite amazing. Quite remarkable, actually. So slow. Don't tell me that. Yeah, and yeah, how do I move this thing? Really? I, what is this thing? So, wall step, oh, step ups. Uh, he basically tries to take the best outcome possible. So if you do a jump but you can't, it will try to do a climb up, not to stop your flow. If you're doing a climb up and it can't, it will try to do a jump just to not. No, actually, no. It will do. Yeah, it will do a step up if it cannot make a jump or a wall pop or climb up. If you cannot make the jump, so it won't stop you. It won't stop the flow. So, hello, darkness. Good morning. Okay. No, you need to do the step up, but it will try to do. It will try to do the best one that you can, but only if you do it. Yeah, map editor is something that we well, yeah, gameplay editor sort of. Yeah, it's something that it's been vaguely in our minds. It's this vague idea. Um, but I like to have a modding community going on with the game. I think it's gonna be way cool, and also it's gonna, you know, make the game a little bit more. You know, the outreach of the game is gonna be better. I think. Yes, it's not good. Uh, Holding left trigger, yes. And I can show you now, so if you like, yeah, so it's just got a very bizarre camera, but you, if you hold it now, then you jump. Okay, just let's do it there. Yeah, so just go there, press LT, and we'll step up from that. But if we run and you press jump, it will, it will do the best that it can. So let's go to the woods. So it's just go there. We just jump. Yeah, we just jump. There is something odd. Like last check-in, it's basically screw up a little bit everything. So I'm really not sure. But yeah, like that's some very Something very odd is happening. Yeah, like the flow of like this afternoon was like amazing. Now it's so broken a little bit. It's a little bit broken. It's a shame. But yeah, it won't like jump there. Like the hell is it doing? Something very very odd. It's what the hell? What? Something extremely odd. Oh, it doesn't have the fact that I've. Yeah, I think this is gonna go. Okay, this I cannot do this. Try again because something super mega off here. What? That I don't like it at all. There is so much weirdness in this. What? I don't know what happened. It's all broken now. That really bothers me. That really bothers me. Very bothering. What the hell is going on? His faces are wrong. Alright. I don't wanna. Yeah, I don't wanna touch that code because there's some oddities there. I'm gonna concentrate on the tutorial. Such a shame. It was like that's so good. Oh, let's fix the bug that we know. So if we do it like we do this. Let's what? Hey, Clive. Yes, you can. You can have session markers in the game. They are being added. I mean, they were already there, but they were like sort of unofficially there. But yeah, it can be. They can be added. Or probably with the D-pad. Probably there's gonna be a D-pad, like set of commands like to set and reset the session markers. What the hell is that? Okay, I said that I didn't want to do that, but why am I doing that then? Okay. Right. All broken. It's almost time for the first coffee of the day. Oh, the rooftop map for sure. It's there's already a rooftop map. Well, we can already jump between rooftops, but yeah, rooftops will be integral part of the game. Um, right. I just need to check. Oh, Right, I'm gonna do something quite stupid, but a bit stupid, I know, but I really don't know what's gonna happen, right? It's still like it's still shit. So so uh let me fix it another way. So phone manager, you know, that. Don't do anything. Oh, it's not that easy, is it? Let's go all of them. That's, that would be the worst. No, actually, it's not worst. I mean, yes, it is, but at least it does. First of all, I wanted to do. It's a bit of madness there. What is that? It is like, how can it be so wrong? Um, there, uh, one, two, three. So there's one, two, three. Okay, let's say 2, 8, 2, 8, 7, 1. 2, 8, 7, 1. I gotta play that again. And I want to say, two. Ah, Ah, it's not even gonna work. Oh, weird. See there? What is he doing there? The darkness? That's it. Is that on that cake? That's it.
Yo, yo, yo.
Hello. Let me bring you in the stream. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, good morning.
All right, you ready? Are you ready?
I don't know, depends what you're about to ask me to do. I'm already doing something.
I'm not gonna ask you a lot from you guys. I believe in you.
Mm,
Like Madonna once said, "Siete caldi Milano." And she went to Constant Milan. Anyway, tutorial. Well, which is not a tutorial, is it's a thingy, right? Let's set up that because everything now is a bit weird. So I don't wanna I don't wanna play with that. Just everything is slightly off. I'm really not sure what's going on. So
wait, everything's slightly off for what, sorry?
for like the jumps and the vaults and the climb ups, it's just everything is
Oh,
just a bit weird. So we're gonna wait for David for that. Probably gonna do something about it tomorrow, but for the most part, right. Let's let's start with the tutorial non-tutorial thingy, okay? Um,
um, okay.
no, you will do something else.
No, it's fine. I was just working on that angled stamina bar, but I can do that later. That's
Um,
not that's not anything major, so.
Okay, I mean, let's just get the basis of that so we can,
Yeah. Let me just save it so
yeah,
I'm making a little note of where I am.
just get the basis of that, and then we can, like, once we got the basis, we can play with that. Thank you, Hunter Films. Thank you very much. Right, so, what is the controller? First thing, how do we spawn it?
Currently, it exists in the world at all times, about 5,000 units under the map. I don't know if it's a good idea to just have it there all the time, or if it's a better idea to call it in only when you need it. It seems heavy to call in a whole actor and camera rig all the time.
It's a terrible idea. Oh, one thing, right? One thing that just a minor thing, right? Why the water is no more like it's so shallow? Like as soon as I enter the water, everything is darkness. Like we got like from like Bora Bora to Mariana Trench in like 2 meters, like complete darkness. Can we just have a lot more like blue rather than complete darkness? Skulle det något du
Yeah.
Because
The
like,
thing is, that darkness is to hide the teleport.
You go here and then look. Oh, Bora Bora. Oh, darkness. And then,
What darkness?
Darkness. Yeah, sorry, the guys were saying?
Oh, that particular one where you are now, it's because there's no like light getting in there. It's kind of like all.
Oh yeah, but even okay. Even here, like darkness. I mean, yeah, it's like Bora Bora.
Yeah,
darkness.
It's to hide the teleport, so. And it's to hide the weird stuff you can see when you're under there as well, like that weird horizon.
Yeah, but you know when it does that, like there are 2 or 3 levels, and it's very like that clip there is pretty weird. What is this playing though? Can we kill it?
No, which I'm not sure which plane you're looking at, but
oh yeah, let me. Okay, I'm gonna share the screen.
The white plane. That is your height detection plane. That's what your jump system needs to make sure that you don't ragdoll every time you're in the air.
Yeah, but can we make it hidden?
It is hidden in game. It's only visible in editor. If you press G, that disappears.
Alright, so go there. Yeah, so how don't we go into the darkness? Like, can we make this thing blue? I don't know.
Yeah, we can make it blue. I had it blue originally, and you were like, it looks weird going to blue because it was doing some lighting stuff. And you were like,
maybe it's just the lack
I'm
of.
gonna restart my engine. My frame rate has gone to absolute shit for some reason.
It's always been shit to me.
I'm gonna restart my engine quick. Mine's usually okay. I don't know what's happening today. It's been all over the shop.
Yeah. It's a minor thing, but while we are at it, where is it?
Okay, so whilst my engine's saving and restarting, so what did you have in mind for displaying the controller on the screen? Where were you thinking? Bottom right, the same as before? I don't know if I like bottom right, but that's where it was before in the other part.
Oh, I mean, let's try new things. Try. So we go here, right? I'm gonna. Yeah, sorry, I killed the fold, but yeah, there, right? Like, is that Are we missing part of the shader for the water? You know, like the usual water shader has got the like underwater bit, right?
Does it?
Yeah. I there like it doesn't really. This is just weird, right? I
I
always
don't
found
think
it
it ever
weird.
had an under. It never had an underwater shader. That underwater thing was the post process that I created, but you asked me to kill it because it looked weird. Everything going blue.
Yeah, but if you have those ocean shader thing, right?
I didn't realize it had an underwater thing built in.
Yeah, it has that like nice like there is like a
Is it?
gradient.
Is it because it's a plane instead of cube? Is it because you're never technically inside it? You're either above or below it.
No, look, let's create a. I know there's a bit of wasting time, but open what's that? Basic? Open world, probably open world.
Hey, I survived.
Oh, is it gonna
What the
take a
hell?
billion years to create this thing? Okay, no, okay, good. No, this is gonna be shit. Okay, no, I don't want open world. I want basic. Basic. Okay, so ocean thingy. What do you? Um,
Step on 5 out of 12. Then we'll let give them you might have a couple of powers and a suit.
how do you
Anti.
how do you use this thing? How's the water shader work? How do I have the nice like the beach sort of thing?
I don't know. Also, why do the vaults like always default to plans? So
Oh, with default
the like any vault I try to do, I always end up climbing instead.
in the plank.
No, whenever I vault, I always end up climbing instead, or doing like a wall vault.
Um, not sure exactly. Yeah, there is something very, very, very odd in the current version. I'm really not sure. Um,
Survive.
how do I add water in this thing?
I don't know. I don't actually remember. I think you drag in a water body custom. That's what I'm using at the moment. And then it kind of just done something for me. And I was like, that looks good. I'm not going to fuck with it anymore.
What?
Hey, what's
What is the freaking water here?
oh my god.
We got water
How's
here.
that good generals up? I can
Ah, so are you using water body custom?
Yeah.
Probably that is why it's not. He hasn't got the thingy.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Like water.
Have you found a better thing to use?
I don't know. I'll tell you. I really don't understand how this thing works, but I saw it.
Yeah, neither do I. I have a feeling you have to use the landscape tool to do it properly, which is then
Yeah,
like another whole thing.
I know. I don't want to have the landscape thing.
Let me just do it with a post processor. No, I don't. No, shit, I don't need information.
How do you create a landscape?
Um, if you click the drop down where it says select mode, I think you go to landscape mode.
Uh,
Okay, that's fine. To block landscape.
okay, create new. Create. Alright, we got landscape, right? And now we go select. Okay. Water island. Why doesn't it give me water here? How how does this thing work? Give me the freaking water. I I don't get this. Lake. The lake doesn't do the lake. Oh, water zone. Water brush manager. How just how do you use these things? Oh, okay. Look, you got some water here. It's probably because the landscape is flat. Oh, oh, here we go. Look, this guy here, right? You see this? I don't know how to set this there to the
Ah.
water, but
Oh, Jesus. Hang on, I'll be back in a sec. yeah. This is weird. What is this, man? This is such a weird. Can I scale it? Yo, I'm back.
You're right.
I fucking I picked my drink up and dropped it all over my lap.
Ah, but is that a hot drink?
No, no, it was a cold drink. It was really
Ah.
cold.
Uh-huh. All right. Yeah, you see, in the stream we got this. Like, there is a little bit of. I mean, it's a bit shit to be honest, but at least there is some underwater thingy there. I really don't know what that thing is, but I don't know how to set it though. Like, for sure you have some setting that says. I don't know. No, what is one? I don't know. Anyway, I don't know what's done with this, but I thought that it was just like some normal stuff from a real. Actually, now that you know what, if we remove that water thing from our level, is it what? How are the performances there? Okay, 7, 8. Water body custom. Okay, okay, kill FPS. No, I didn't really change much to be honest. Okay, not kill. Alright, forget about that. There must be some other thing going on there. Right, so
Oh,
I'm sharing my
okay.
screen on Discord, guys.
No, you're not.
Okay,
I'm
let me
sharing
share.
mine though.
Um, let me share mine. Let me share mine. I just wanna. Yeah. I got everything I need, right?
do you mean? Everything you need for what?
For the controller thing, right? You don't have anything local that.
I don't think so.
Okay, nice.
Oh,
So,
sorry, I was just putting a little bit of blue under the water.
okay. Frame rate shit, but I don't care. We're only doing controllers, right? Okay, so you say the controller is in whatever is like minus 5,000, right? What is the
Yeah,
controller?
the controller actor is for
Yeah.
the because we need it to exist to be able to get the render target.
Right. How is it called?
Uh tutorial controller actor, I think.
No. Okay. So, this thing.
Do you know what? Actually, I don't think it does need to exist on the map. Come
Yeah,
to think of it,
probably.
I don't think it needs to be placed.
Huh?
I don't think it needs to be placed. You know.
No, I don't think so. Oh, no.
No, it used to be on an old version of it. Oh no, it does need to be placed. It does need to be
Really?
placed. Yeah, because I need to change. I have commands for not commands, but I have logic for changing the camera positions and stuff depending on which technique you're doing. So focus on different parts of the controller, and it needs to exist to be able to change them.
So, what is this tutorial controller actor? What is in the in the content manager? It doesn't exist. It's something that
No, it exists in the content manager. If you go live, if you go content live and then time trial mark, sorry, fuck, where is it? Content live UI tutorials. It's this folder's a little bit of a mess. There's some things in here that don't need to exist. I need to. There's some things in here like materials stuff that were just for tests and they need to be deleted. So this folder's a little bit of a mess at the moment.
So what are all these parts here?
They're just different like data tables that I need and materials. Some of the materials don't actually get used anymore. They're just testers. They need to get deleted. There's a skeleton for it and an animation blueprint so that you can animate it. There's a skeletal mesh. The tutorial controller actor is the thing that's placed. The master tutorial widget is what gets called to the screen.
Master? What is it? Tutorial. This one? Right.
Yes. Why can't I?
So master tutorial widget. What is this thing? Is
this one.
What is this?
Yeah, so that's basically a preview of the controller, but it's not because the game's not running. It's not getting the real-time instance. It's getting the like the blueprint preview version of it, like its starting point, basically. So if you go in game, if you press play, and then if you press J, you should call it like a test version of it. Probably set to a reversible. Yeah, there you go. And you can see like that widget in the background's updating because it's now getting the live feed. But if you end the game instance, it stops getting the live feed and it just uses the blueprint preview.
Yeah, it's just like
which is basically just a square. But so that master tutorial widget, would use that to place, I guess, where on the canvas you want it to be.
Right. But so So how I'm confused about how does it like how does it all is put together? Like, what is this?
So
Is a render tab? Is it real time
yeah,
texture
so
render?
that's an image that's loading a material, which is a render target of. So the blueprint has cameras capturing it, going to a render target, which goes to a material, and that material is getting fed into this widget. In the material, I do a little bit of color correction because it needed it. I do an alpha mask to get rid of the background. The alpha mask is actually captured by the camera. I just need to apply it to the opacity because it doesn't get applied in the render target. And that like circular fade is done in the material as well. That radial fade.
Right. And
And then it's pumped straight into just an image in widget, basically.
so in the level, right? Why do we need to have this thing here?
Because components of it get updated. So like it gets animated. It's a real rigged skeletal mesh. So when we play the curves, that controller is actually moving in the level, like the thumbstick's moving, the trigger's moving.
Yeah. But
And when
can
we
we
play a
spawn
technique,
it?
when we pick a technique, it will move the camera to a preset location to get a good angle on that half of the controller.
Yeah.
But for it to be able to do those things, it needs to exist.
Yeah, but can we spawn it?
Yeah, sure.
So
You could just when you want to call it, you could just before you call the function in the actor saying to like play the technique, you would just spawn the actor first. Play the technique, and then once it's finished, if you wanted to, destroy the actor afterwards. Oh, my knee.
okay.
So, say you wanted to like play cat pass tutorial, you'd spawn tutorial control actor, and then you'd call the play curve function or whatever I can't remember what it's called from that actor, and you would tell it which technique to use.
So like what is the default scene route, right? Like this guy here with all of the bits and pieces here, static mesh full face top level, blah blah, right?
Yeah,
What
they're
are
all the
these things?
labels. They're the labels, the text around it. And the static mesh that's a child of them is basically just that stick pointing at the button. That's actually hidden all the time now. I don't actually use it, but it's there just in case we ever do want it.
So
So the controller mesh is like the frame of the controller. It's like the casing.
yeah.
The thing called controller. Wait, oh, I can't remember which way around it is. One of them is a skeletal mesh, which is buttons and thumbstick and that.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay, sorry. So that one's the skeletal mesh, and then the other one is a static mesh, which is like the casing of the controller.
But if I was to delete this, right?
Mm.
Like who creates all of this structure? Where is all of this structure defined?
So in the content browser, if you open tutorial controller actor, the blueprint,
No.
no, it's not a type actor. It's literally called tutorial controller actor. I think it's the fourth. Yeah, that one. Yeah. So it's in
Ah,
here.
okay.
Like if you, yeah, this is the thing.
Right. So this is the guy that.
Yeah, this is also where all the logic is for it selecting which curve to play in that.
Okay. So that makes sense. Okay. So this is our blueprint thing. So basically, this is our main. Like this is where we do
Yeah.
all the logic, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Right. That's a good
I'm
start.
I'm just going to delete those sticks pointing at the buttons quick because we don't use them, and they've all half of them have fallen out of sync anyway. 'Cause I've moved the labels around.
Okay, but you can do it anytime, right? You just don't need to.
No, I was just saying I'm doing
Yeah.
it now.
Yeah,
So
sure. Okay, so yeah, let's start like very, very simple, right? Let's start by showing well, a jump, really, right? That is the first, yeah, the first thing that comes to my mind. Now, so this is a blueprint. Okay,
so if you go to the event graph, I'll just walk through it quick.
event.
Yeah, so that play vault tutorial, that's the event you would call. You've just gone, yeah, go back to it. There you go. That's the event you would call when you want to do something. And all those variables are obviously exposed. So the desired technique and the desired climb are yours and David's enums for vaults and climbs. And I've got a data table set up to match against them to say which curve to use. So the cat pass, I've got a data table where I've assigned it to the flick up curve. Reverse vault is semicircle left up something. The way it's set up at the moment is the vaults always override the climb. So if you set null for the vault and you set a climb, then it will play the climb curve. But if you set a cat pass and a step up, it will always prioritize the vault over the climb.
But you never do it like at the same time, right?
No, that's what I mean. Just like if you ever happen to call it and accidentally set both,
All
if
right.
if you called it and you're trying to set a climb and it keeps doing a vault curve,
Uh-huh.
I'm just saying you might have set like cat pass or something
Right.
because I figured you're going to use vaults more often than climbs, so I just made vault the priority.
Yeah, I mean climbs are just like one button, right? It's just like, oh, you can climb.
Yeah.
Well, for now, yeah. And then we'll see. Okay.
Yeah, so that's why I made vaults the priority.
Okay. Alright.
So that the pause time variable that is so the animation is broken into 3 stages. So it's the trigger in, the analog stick, and then the trigger out. And that pause time is how long it pauses between each one. So it will do the trigger in, it'll wait the pause time, and then it will play the analog stick, it will wait the pause time, and it will do trigger out. So that lets you pace the 3 sections a little bit. I think at the moment I've got it to like 0.2 seconds or something at the moment.
Everything has 3 sections.
Well, assuming there are 3 sections to it. Like, so it checks which components are used in the technique. So for the climb, for example, it's only the left trigger, so it only has one component. It does left trigger and then it plays the pause time. But for the vaults, because they've got 3 stages, trigger in, thumbstick, trigger out, it plays 2 pause times in there.
But how do you define that mapping?
What do you mean the mapping?
Like between the technique and the rest of the stuff.
So if you scroll down, if you go down in the blueprint to like the really long sequence, there you go. So if you zoom in where you are, those pairs of blue functions are your stages. So you've got a trigger in function. If you go over, there's the play thumbstick. Oh, sorry, there's the thumbstick curve. And then if you go over, there's a trigger out function. And they're separated for left and right halves. Because, yeah.
So, whoa.
Oh, so the way I tick through the curve is I use the event tick and the what do you call it? The delta times, the delta seconds. So those booleans, that tick thumb, tick trigger, and tick trigger out, those are just to let they're attached to gates that open and closes to decide whether or not the event tick gets through.
Mm.
So that lets me control which section's playing, basically. And at the start, I want them all ticked, and then I turn them on and off as and when I need them.
Okay. So,
So every time it gets to a new section, it resets the current time to 0, so that I can then use the delta S to add on top of that.
what is that? Like, do you have a data table or something describing, like, for the reverse vault, right? Where is the definition of trigger, half circle, trigger? What is that logic? What is that defined?
As in deciding which curve to use, or
Yeah.
So if you go up, like if you go north on the blueprint, I'm going to start using cardinal directions. There you go. So if you go north a little bit, you see that blue function in the middle just before the sequence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, search for technique curve. So if you double click that and open it up, this is where it checks which of your desired enums they are, and then it checks the data table I've made to see which curve it should be using. So the technique curve table, that's the data table populated. And then it just does like a series of checks. So it will check through all of the, pardon me, it will check through the vault tables. Sorry, it will check for any matching vault names, and then if not, it will check for any matching line. And then it just does a little switch, because I know that if it's a vault, it's always going to have a right trigger in it. So I manually designate that there's a right trigger involved, and I know it's the right thumbstick because it's a vault. If it's a climb, I know that it's only a left trigger. So then I'm tracking which components are active. I would like to do that automatically, but I don't know how to. As far as I'm aware, we don't track it. So I've had to manually set it. Which is why it knows that, because the active controller components are like right trigger and right thumbstick, it knows that there's a trigger in section, there's a thumbstick section, and then there's a trigger out section. And for the climb, because it's left trigger only, it knows that there's a left trigger section in, and then a trigger out section, and the thumbstick in the middle. If you know a better way to search for and match the enum to the data table, please, for the love of God, tell me, because I know that this doesn't look good, and I know it's messy. But I don't know how else to search for it. This is the only way I knew how to do it.
Right here, the for each loop.
Yeah, I don't like it, like, because you have to like get the row names first, and then for each row, for each name, get the data table row and break it. And it seems like a weird amount of steps, but I don't know how else to search the table. Unless this is just how you search the table.
So like, do you set variables here after you read the data table?
Yeah, so I'm setting an array of, so I've set up an enum of controller components. It's got 16 enumerations in it, one for each of the components. So I'm setting an array of which components are active for this technique, and then I'm setting which I set which camera to use, because I've also got a data table for components and which camera they should be allocated. And I set which technique curve to read for the thumbstick in here.
Uh, so this is how do I how do I check what is how do I check E controller? How do I check this enum? How do I go there?
So it's in the whole folder, like UI tutorials folder.
Oh yeah, but how do I actually point there without searching manually? Can I go there to see?
I don't know. I don't know, you know. I've never tried. I always just search for it.
Alright.
I've never really tried to do a shortcut before. Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, I don't know.
Right, so is
It's at the top next to labels material, next to that weird sphere of text, just to the left of it.
this one?
Yeah, E controller components. It's literally just an enum marking controller components.
So this is okay, these are called control components, okay.
Yeah. So this is so I can keep track of what is and isn't being used per animation.
Okay. So get what's the data table? Data table.
Yeah, they're all in here. So. Oh yeah, so this is the camera. This is which camera angle should be attributed to which component.
Ah,
So I know that like if I'm using left trigger, for example, I want the camera for the left half of the controller. I know that if I'm doing like face buttons, I want the right side. If I'm doing like thumbsticks, it will do the whole controller. So if I was doing only thumbsticks, it would do the whole controller. If I was doing,
but if you're doing both, which one does it choose?
it will prioritize. Sure, I'm not sure I actually set the prioritization. I think fortunately it just kind of worked and it has picked the right side when I do a vote. I don't know if I ever actually defined that or not.
But shouldn't we set the camera per like the camera is like per
Per
like
curve.
not per curve per tutorial like I don't know like the cat pass is just that is the camera for the cat pass just show this part
Yeah,
of the
well, the thing is, you'd end up with a ton of repeated camera angles. Really, like all volts are going to have the same camera angle. You need to see the trigger and the right trigger, and you need to see the right thumbstick.
yeah
So they're all going to be right half of the controller.
but there is a logical disconnection between because you are not using one component at the time, but you're using one camera at the time. So you go with relationship to that. I mean, for now, it, it works by chance, right? But I don't think you can make it work logically because you go a one-to-many relationship.
Would you not just put in like a priority? So if you had both whole controller and right side at the same time, it would always prioritize a more specific side. It would always prioritize right. If you had like left and right and they're competing sides, it would pick whole.
Well, no, because logically the camera is not connected uh, to a component of the gamepad. The camera is connected to the whole like move that you want to show. So that you're always gonna have conflicts, and also the granularity of your data table like is completely wrong because you are assigning a property to something that doesn't have that logically doesn't have that property. Because that
What do you
property
mean?
is not like, because there could be conflicts. So that, see, usually like if you have a, a database, you always want to have a very strong one-to-one relationship. There is gonna be one to many, but like one to many is more in terms of like, oh, you have uh the cat pass, the dashboard, the thing. So like you got a list of things that contain many things, but assigning like you're assigning a one to many to like two atomic values, and it kind of work. It's just like they don't fit.
But
They are at the same level.
but but a vault is always going to happen on the right half of the controller, so that's not
Well, but no, but
like
that
that's
is
never
just
going
an
to change.
assumption that we shouldn't take any. The system should be completely agnostic of uh the implementation, because if you have a controller which is like, I don't know, an upside down controller, whatever, like you don't know, you cannot make those. So I mean, you could, but then like the thing starts to you accumulate like assumptions and hard coded things, and then at some point it all crumble down if you need to change anything at the core, right? It's just it's just a bad way to do it. But apart from that, that's just a minor point. So uh,
So so sorry. Before we move on from
yeah,
it, so
sure.
what would be the better way of doing it? Would it be to set up a single camera position for every technique, even if they are just duplicates? Even if
Yeah.
they're repeated, it doesn't matter. But
Well,
it would
yeah,
be like the cat pass has the cat pass camera.
yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, because I mean they are repeated, but if you want, you can change the camera. Like if we move the cat pass on the other side, you just want to move it, right? You just like,
Okay.
yeah, it's
I'll make a note of that then, and tonight after we've done like the work together, when I'm off on my own, I'll go through and I'll make a camera for each um,
yeah.
technique.
We call
Sorry,
it
my
technique.
my my English is falling apart tonight. Sorry,
Yeah, no,
I keep just like I keep blue screening looking for words.
yeah. So the technique is like a cat pass, right?
Yeah, yeah, yes, yeah. Sorry. So like so climb, jump, cat pass, reverse vault, uh, step up, uh, turn the camera, run, sprint, like whatever individual thing you want to show a tutorial for. I'm calling that a technique.
Right. So okay. So these are the curves, right?
Uh, sorry, I can't see your screen very well. The
Oh,
text is kind of small.
what?
Oh no, it's good. Yeah, a little bit, but you're not turning up my whole monitor, so that's why.
Oh,
Yes, those are the curves that they're reading. Those are the vector curves.
so
For the climb up, they're also vector curves, purely because that means I don't have to change the logic between float and vector. But for the climb up, because they don't actually use multiple axes, I just y and z are set to 0, and it only uses the x-axis. But then I don't have to change the logic for like sometimes use floats, sometimes use vectors. It's just like use vectors. If it's only an x, then functionally it's the same thing.
why do we have three values there that are basically the same thing. Like curve descriptor, volt tech, and climb tech. What are these things?
Oh,
Why do
so
they
the
even need to be
so
there?
so the curve description, volt and climb, that's a very generic thing. So that's that's what I was using to see which components should be active. So it hits a switch, and then if the description is volt, it will be like, okay, right trigger and right thumbstick are the active components, and I'll save that as an array. If it's climb, then it's like left trigger is the active component, and it will save that. The volt tech and climb tech, those are the actual um, enums, like the actual E jump type and E climb type. Um, I did actually put them in to use them, and like, give me a second because I can't remember exactly why. Oh, they're what I'm using to check which curve to use. So, um, so when you call the like play animation or whatever, and you've designated like I want to do a cat pass, I want to play the cat pass animation. Sorry, that's when it gets each of these rows in this table, and it compares the desired volt to each of their volt techs, and when it finds a match, it's like, okay, this is the row we want, this is the curve we play. So that's what I'm using to search the table. Because then I'm searching like enum to enum, and I'm just comparing it, rather than having to like search enum and change it to a string to check it against the matching name, and I don't have to, because then I've got to like type it correctly, and if I make a mistake, it'll never find it. And whereas this way, I can just it's the same type, searching for the same type.
Well, like surely this data table should just be name and and curve, right? Um,
Yeah, but then I'd have to actually type out the technique name correctly, and if I make any mistakes, the search is going to fail. Whereas this way, all I've got to do is click the drop down and select it, and I can never type the wrong thing. I can never make just a simple typing error. Because when you're calling it, you're setting your desired volt as an enum anyway, so there's no reason not to search for it as an enum, like E jump type or E climb type.
well, yeah, okay, but that is like your key, right? So you only need to have one key, like yeah,
Well,
raw name is whatever you want it to be, fine, right? But
yeah,
like curve description, I mean, you can leave it there, but you should never use it logically because it's just totally redundant. Like the only thing that you need to have there
but
is a
but
key.
that's what I'm using to set the active components, and I need to track which components are active because I turn the material on and off for them. That's why they light up with the green color, the turquoise color, because they're the active components.
Um, okay.
Unless I have like another thing on the end of the table, so it's like cat part. So it's like row name flick up, technique curve flick up, volt tech cat pass, climb tech none, active components, and then I set right trigger, right thumbstick, and I just pull it from that row all in one go.
Um,
So it'd be one key, it'd be like the cat pass key, and then it would have multiple values.
no, but yeah, but I think like the thing here is um so it is logically incorrect to have So vault tech and climb tech is logically wrong because usually uh
Oh, you mean Vault-Tec and Climb-Tech should be combined into a single thing, like a
yeah,
single
which
key?
is like your main
R-
key that you
Oh,
search the thing, right?
but yeah, but we don't have an enum for that that groups them all together.
I mean, we create one,
Uh,
but
that's
but
fair.
but I think, see, what I will do is I really think curve this description is either redundant or misplaced, right? I think
So do you think it would be better to have like a value on the end that so I designated like unique to each row in this table has its own active components column, like its own active components value, and then I just set it for everyone, and I never like check is it a vault, is it a climb? We just it's built into the row data.
I think I think you, like you are assigning the wrong granularity to the data table databases. So like this table for me should only be like give me the that curve for the cat pass. Is it that is all I need, okay? And then you there is another piece of information that contains there is basically the technique table, okay, which states which it may not even be a data table. Actually, most likely it's not going to be a data table, but let's say it's just a function that says okay, I got my technique. What curve do I need to use? The flick up curve. Okay, go into the data table of the flick up and give me the flick up. What is the trigger I'm gonna use? Okay, I'm gonna use this trigger. Like, because here you're putting information into the data table that should be part of the logic. Because here it should be completely agnostic of like the
But
assignment between the cat pass and the flick up is not a property of the data itself. Is what you're assigned it to, right? So in code you just say right the cat pass is a flick up, okay, and then you call the flick up curve, but you don't embed it in the data table, otherwise you are defeating the purpose, right? So
uh,
I wouldn't
no, you
even
lost me.
have a data table. I would just have, well, yeah, okay. A data table is only to find me the asset for the flick up curve, right? There is no other use to for this table, right?
Oh, see, okay. I think I think fundamentally, then from the very start, I've made an incorrect assumption about what data tables were for, because I assumed um, it was used to assign like associated information to a specific subject. So any information that you wanted to track alongside a specific subject. So whether like so in this case, if it was cat pass or flick up, um, the associated information is that it's a vault, it's a cat pass, um, and then I would draw the logic from that associated information is how I was approaching it.
Yes, you can do that, right? But then you have, but then you need to change your granularity. If you want to go down that route, you need to have like one master data table in which each row completely describes like what you need to describe, right? Because here you go like five. How many data tables you go? One, two. We got the two,
No, three.
three. Yeah. So
Oh
you
no, sorry. I was.
two,
You
but
are right.
what?
It's two, yeah.
Okay, what is the other one there?
So it's controller components and which camera it should be, and then the other one is the technique curve.
Um. Yes. Because in a way, in a way, I don't think we even need any data table. Um, See here, like you go the raw name, which is whatever Ariel wants to give you, and then you go basically your two columns there, right? But in the
Okay.
other data table, you use the raw name as your index, right? So
No, well, no. So naming the actual rows was more for my benefit than anything
ah
else, because it makes it easier for me to look at and be like, this is a flick up row, this rather than
right,
having to read the whole like asset location.
right,
And
right, okay, right, yeah. So the raw name
yeah,
was yeah,
the row names never actually used in any logic. It was just
okay,
for ease of access for me.
right,
And it didn't matter on the other one, the component thing, because it's not like if I'm looking at the component list, that's not complicated to read. It's just like left, it's LT, RT, RB. It's not like a whole address where I have to trace my eyes along the whole thing,
mm. But are these
which is why I didn't bother naming it.
enums or are these strings?
Uh, you know, it's that e-controller components,
This is an enum, right?
Yeah,
And this is an enum as well.
that's your enum. That's e-jump type,
Ah, right, okay.
and the climb tech is David's e-climb type.
Ah, right.
That's why I was saying there isn't one that has both lists in a single enum. And rather than like start fucking with your guys' system, I just gave it two things. So if it's got none, it's the same as it, like having nothing there anyway. So as long as I never tag it with on both columns,
Hmm. And
which
what
I
is
guess
it?
could happen out of human error, but it would be insane.
What is it in this flicker the data table? Is the
That's the curve for the thumbstick to follow. So that's
okay?
the X and Y axes for the thumbstick to move around. That gets fed into the control rig, like into the anim blueprint, to actually move the skeleton correctly. The thumbstick.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think like we need to decide how do we. So we either have right for I choose the cat path, right, and then we have a single source of truth which he has. What like is very redundant, right? But like the 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 correct the proper way to do it should be okay. Show me how to do a cat pass, right? And like your key is only it's only one key, like tutorial for cat pass. Okay, so cat pass is your key. Then we need to have a table or anything or any logic, right? Probably a table is a good idea. That from that key, cat pass gives us the complete descriptions of what the blueprint that moves all the things around should do, right? So
So it would give you the curve, the camera angle, and the active
yeah,
components all off the
yeah,
cat pass key.
yeah.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
think
I mean that would make it way um, simpler.
yeah,
But so
because
we'd need a new enum that has
yeah,
every
yeah.
every
every
possible technique in it.
Yeah, because it needs to be a new enum anyway, or like a new, entity anyway, because that is for the tutorial. I can still call it tutorial, but it's not a tutorial anyway. That is for the tutorial, showcase thingy, right? But maybe you don't want to map one to one. If it's like, I don't know, if it's a move that you don't want to put in the tutorial, you don't have to have it there because it's an enum that encode has that value. So, for example, actually, that the perfect description there, like step up, wall pop, and run up, right? Like you press exactly the same button for each free, so they really don't need to be there. Because I think they're the mapping could change. They don't need to be mapped one to one, and maybe for whatever reason we don't want to show the tutorial for whatever, like the double cut pass. I don't know. That's just hypothetically, right? We don't want it to be tied to an enum that serves another purpose, okay? Like we always have to have the minimum amount of information that serves that purpose. And sometimes it's not easy because it could be a little bit redundant. But as long as in his own black box the information is minimal, then it's okay. So for example here, even with this setup, the wrong stuff about the vault, the wrong thing about the vault tech and the climb tech is that half of them are null or none, and it's not really a data table there if half of the thing is all empty. So usually every row should have its own value, like for the curves there, right? They're all different, right? They're not like, oh, these curves empty. Anyway.
Okay, no, yeah, okay. Sorry, I was going to ask a stupid question, so don't worry about it.
Right, okay, so
okay, so I've made a note to make a new enum that has all of the techniques in it, and then to make a new table that acts as a single source, which is that's not going to be difficult to plug into the existing logic. In fact, it makes the logic way simpler because I don't have to do like tons of different checks and shit.
Yeah.
But the skeleton of the system, like the fundamentals of how the system works, doesn't really have to change. Just it's cleaner. Yeah. So I can do that.
So let me grab a coffee and let's do those changes together because I want to try to.
I'll start making the enum now then.
Yeah. I want to try to understand a little bit more. So yeah. Meanwhile, if you can make that new enum, I'll let me just 5 minutes. I'm gonna grab a coffee and then we do the rest of the logic together. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Right. Excellent. Right. I catch you in 5 minutes.
Catch you in a bit.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
Places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia.
Diving off bridges in Basel.
Running around deserts. Running away from monkeys on rooftops in India.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
Constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world. Free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
training, doing new challenges,
evading security,
time trials,
massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology,
taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need.
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques.
That's it.
Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel,
Running around deserts,
running away from monkeys on rooftops in India.
always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world. Free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
Training, doing new challenges.
Evading security,
time trials,
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology,
Taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need.
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques.
That's it.
Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel,
Running around deserts,
running away from monkeys on rooftops in India.
always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world. Free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
Training, doing new challenges.
Evading security,
time trials,
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology,
Taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need.
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques.
That's it.
Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
Places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel.
Running around deserts.
running away from monkeys on rooftops in India.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
Constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
Training, doing new challenges.
Evading security.
time trials.
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology,
Taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need.
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques.
That's it.
All right, back.
Yo.
Okay, so you should all add 40 stories buildings.
Oh, yeah, I've already been answering.
Uh-huh.
I was saying as well about the cutscenes that, like, it'd be cool to have cutscenes, but why would you not just have the player play it and have like a cinematic moment? Like if you was to put them on rails where they had to jump between two like skyscrapers or something, and then have a cinematic camera. But why would you not just have them play the escape?
Yeah,
rather than
I
watch
love
the
those.
escape?
I love those cameras there. We tried that camera in the bit of the tutorial that we were doing, but yeah, I think something like that. I think is cool.
So,
It was cool. You know, I'm a camera geek, so we can't
yes.
complain.
Should get
Alright.
in, move around. Oh, I need to actually make.
How would you
So
just
I've
do a
added-
game in which you only use the camera? You move the camera like crazy.
That would be. Do you know what? That would be an interesting concept. But you could make an interesting game for that.
Yeah, you just move it. Yeah, you move the camera and a
would be
cameraman game.
You could make Pokemon Snap, but for parkour. So you have to get up on the roof. You have to be the cameraman. For,
yeah, exactly.
like,
you need to be
Sora.
the cameraman. Yeah,
That would actually be quite fun, to be honest. That'd be cool.
I think so. Yeah, I really think so. I mean, one of the ideas they had for the co-op multiplayer is that one guy was making the line and the other guy was moving the drone, and he needs to follow the other guy like with the drone and do the footage, right? Yeah, I mean
That'd be
those kind
great.
of things. I think they're way cool. And also, like, it's very good for local multiplayer because I hate the split screen, right? I think the split screen it's pretty weak. I don't know, like there is something that I really can't get my head around the split screen. But if you're playing together, I think that like the first Halo did very good job with that. That you can, here were like two guys, on the same screen with the thing. I think that worked quite well, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how split screen would work in something like SPP, because unless you're playing a game where you're dealing with the same situation, like you say, Halo, where you're dealing with the same fight going forwards, you're trying to get through the same level, like Space Invaders, you're dealing with the same situation on screen, something like that you could do. But for SPP, when you're more than likely going to be in such different locations doing different things, unless there's like a gimmick to, like a gameplay element to have a split screen, it would be weird, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. I never really. Yeah, I never bought into this unless I'm playing Mario Kart, and then oh yeah,
Yeah, but then
very
again, like-
aggressively winning against my daughters.
Yeah, I guess so.
Told you, loser. Come on.
But then that works because you're dealing with the same situation, the same environment. There's not that weird discontinuity where you're in two different areas of the map.
Oh yeah, I mean
Like, even if
you're
you're
part
different-
of the same race. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, even if you're different distances through the course, there's still like an actual gameplay element to being able to see each other's screen, see if someone's catching up and stuff.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I want to go up. Sorry, I'm just making a curve quick for like walk around and move the camera around. That kind of just moves the thumbstick up, down, left, right.
Yeah.
This one. And then we'll go back to 0. Up, down.
What is that press J thing living?
Player character.
Right.
It's got a big comment box around it saying like test tutorial widget or something like that.
All right.
Oh, there you go. You're right on top of it. It's that big comment box there. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that was the radio logic. Oh, like the one button radio play skip
okay.
track logic. That's why it's
this-
disconnected, because it's just. We haven't gotten rid of it, so I never deleted it, but we're not using it, so I just unplugged it.
Right. So the need to really move this. Begin play is quite important. Why is it relegated to this? A begin play. What's this? Your secret hack, yeah.
And strikes again.
Yeah. Is that you that put this comment?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
'Cause you had
okay.
it in. You had it like in the. Originally, I had it in the level blueprint, and you commented around it, and you were like, "Guns, what the hell is this?" But then when we changed
Okay.
level, I was like, when we changed level, I was like, really, I should move it into the player character so we can use it anywhere.
Yeah,
And then I
exactly.
put a little
Yeah,
box
that's
around it. I was like, guns strikes again.
No, because I remember I comment that thing that was on the Empire Strikes Back. Okay, I'm changing the character blueprint. Don't put anything in there. Why is this 000? Why do we need
So that's that actor isn't physically anything. It's what holds all of the logic for spawning the pause menu and doing the post processing in and out. Because that used to be in the player character from way back when David first done the menu. And when I picked up the pause menu to do it, you asked me to move it into its own designated place, its own actor that holds all of its own functions.
Yeah.
So that menu holds all of the menu logic and functions in one place. And the player character just, when you begin game, you just spawn it so that you can use it for references. But it's not like it's not a physical thing. It doesn't have a mesh or anything like that. Just you're basically just spawning a reference to it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think what I'm doing is.
Right. I imagine that curve's not great, but you know, we'll fix that as point.
What I really hate about blueprints, in reality, is that you cannot do straight arrows if the component is different. It really pisses me off. I think that it should be.
Oh no! So select what you want to straighten. Like you select all of them, all 3 of them.
All 3. Okay.
Yep. And press Q.
What is this black magic? What is this?
So if you select them and right click and go to the alignment tab, it's got a load of different options. You can distribute horizontally, you can distribute vertically, you can align by top of the box, bottom of the box, the right side of the box, the left side of the box, or if you press Q, it will straighten the connections.
So why is not that by default? Why he has to do that shitty thing all the time?
I don't know. But like, so if you go down to where it says gun strikes again, and you get to input nodes, select them 2.
What is guys?
And then press Shift D.
D.
Shift D. There you go. It'll align them to the right edge.
Right.
Yeah, I only learned these like little shortcuts a few days ago, and it made me happier than it should have done. To be honest,
I
with you.
mean, for sure.
It made me very happy to learn this.
Yeah, it's really bothering me. Like, yeah, now Blueprint has got a little bit more sense to me. That you can't do straight. And even here, like, why these arrows are not straight? Are they straight? I don't think they're straight. Look at that. That's not straight, right? Am I seeing double or?
I wonder if no, it's straight.
Alright.
Yeah.
Oh, why did I delete that thing there?
I don't know.
Have you seen that? Bug.
What was that, sorry?
Oh, is one on top of the other? Oh,
Which means
keep
one on
is
top of the other.
everything on the same line. Ah, that's very dangerous then.
Wait, what?
Like if you say all of them and you do Q, one goes on top, but I'm pretty sure
Yes.
one is there.
Oh
Yeah,
no, that's
yeah.
because it's trying to straighten the connection.
Yeah.
And because that one is underneath and it's not a straight line, it's trying to move it up to straighten the line.
Yeah.
That's user error.
Very
Nah, user error.
sure of that. Alright, so it's strange. Something highly sus with this rendering here. Red Junior to do this. So, right, okay, so begin play against rest again. Rest. So both one and this.
Well, no. So I was gonna have it as tilde.
Yeah.
Because then it's like replacing the dev console. But when we're in editor, I could never test it because the tilde was actually the dev console. So I had to put it to the number 1 just to be able to test it.
All right. Okay. I think this could be quite popular. Did you ever tell anyone that there is this thing?
Leonard found it and Jay found it as well.
Okay.
When we done that 0.1 playtest, because the first thing they both tried to open the dev console and it came up.
Yeah.
And like immediately Jay typed fly and pressed enter to see if it
really
fly. Yeah. Because so none of the commands for it are like console commands. They're all custom made strings like that I've written out.
Yeah.
And I've like code named them. So unless you work out what the code is, you're never gonna get
they
it.
don't know the command.
They're like cheat codes. You have to work it out.
Okay.
They are like little jokes or puns or STORROR references. I need to put some like fun stuff in there really, because they're just like there's a few little gimmicks in there. But
are they single words or you need to write like sentence.
No, like single words.
Right.
But the funny thing is, I can't use the letter R because
The
we
letter
have
what?
R. Well, the letter R is bound to restart the level. So if I have the letter R in a word, when you type it restarts the level.
Right.
Which was a fun challenge to get
Well, I mean,
around.
we should really remove. Oh, no, maybe not actually. But surely, surely there is a way to take. It's very dangerous though. Like, but then you cannot do any other letter like WASD will move the character, right?
No. So when I spawn the cheat box, I disable, like I set the input mode to UI only, so it ignores gameplay input, so it won't move the character, it won't jump, it won't vote, anything like that. But it still has to be able to accept keyboard inputs. So it still
why
takes
R
after
is taken? Because it's in Blueprint.
No, it's not. Well, I mean, it is in Blueprint, but no, actually, no. The R is an input action, I think.
Oh, yeah.
But-
So you
but
just
it-
need
but
to disable from there, right?
Yeah, but I think it's because it executes a console command, so it doesn't care if it's like gameplay input is deactivated or anything. Console commands are its own thing.
But somebody is binding R to that console command, right? Who is binding that R to the console command?
Oh, I think that's in code. I can't
yeah.
find it.
So we just need to check.
So like in the project settings, we have an input action that is like restart level and it's bound to R. But I can't for the life of me work out where the event is called, so I'm guessing it's in code. Because it's not like in the play character or the level blueprint or anything.
Okay, we'll fix that because that is quite good to know. This thing here,
Feel free to like add different cheats as well if you want.
What is gameplay special, right?
That's the start button. So you know the button that's above the right thumbstick? That little, yeah.
The button. Oh, on the face button on the PlayStation 5 is next to the face buttons, right?
Yeah, it's just to the left of it. Like just the left face buttons there.
Yeah.
It's the classic like pause button. Basically.
Yeah.
So let me data table, check reference. I want to set that as tutorial tech BT. So when we come in, we want to get tutorial tech DT. We're going to get row names. Oh, before I make this, is there like a nice way without typing out all of the right row names manually? Is there a nice way of searching a data table? Or is it just like get row names and then for each break the structs and check it?
No, usually you have like a find function, right? But I'm really not sure how the data table works. But usually, anything serious, you search, you define the index that you can search, and
Yeah, I
is
think
there a
data
find
table's version
function
of that.
in the data table?
No, I
Surely
think
there is
data table's
find.
version of that is to. So data table has three functions. Does data table row
Three.
exist? Get data table column as string, and get data table row names. You can search for it, like if you know the specific name, you can search for it. Like you can search by name.
Yeah, but that is what you want, right? Search by.
Yeah, but then that means I need to human type in the row names to match the techniques. I was saying, is there just an easy way to, rather than search by row name, can I just search by one of the columns?
There's,
If you don't know it, that's fine. If there isn't one, that's fine. I was just asking if you knew a better way or not.
no, I never used Datetable, but actually, I've used it a lot in code. But why there are only 3 functions in Blueprint?
Because Blueprint sucks ass.
Are you sure?
Yeah, so like if I put, are you looking at my screen?
Okay, no, sorry, I'm not looking at the screen. Yeah,
So if I search like, this is my data table, and then
right.
if I pull off and I go row, I can check if the row exists. I can get all row names,
Mm-hmm.
or I can get data table row, but I need to enter a name, like a string, text.
Yeah, but if you do find, like, surely there is a find.
There's a find for array and there's a find for map, but not for data table.
One sec. I mean, what do you encode then?
Compare column. Get data table column as a string. Ah! Export from data table all the row for one column. No, that's not useful to me.
So
yeah, that's like, it's kind of, because this whole, like, both solutions are shit. Like having to type out the row name to match your key manually. Like, okay, for a small table, it's whatever, but it's a shit solution. And then having to get all of the names doing a for each loop to check every single one until you find a match is also a shit solution.
no, you should never do a for loop in a data table. That completely defeats the purpose, right? Yeah. So what I do in code is
Get row map.
Yeah, get row map, and then you can check the well, yeah. Once you got the row map, you can check any. I mean, this is very shitty as well. But what you can do is you can have an enum, right? That maps into a string. You know that there is like enum to string in. It's still a bit shitty.
Oh, yeah, okay, I guess so.
But you can do that, like, but yeah, if you like, yeah, that's the shit. Yeah, if you convert that enum to a string, right? Yeah, but
Yeah,
the problem is
that gives you like E colon
exactly, yeah,
tutorial techniques, cat parts,
Yeah.
or some shit like that, doesn't it?
yeah, but you just need to map your data table on that, and that should be okay. But it's really shit. I really don't like it. But at least you don't have to do the crazy search. Yeah, you know, it's slightly better, but it's still shit.
Hang on a sec. Is this what's this default to? Cat pass, I'm guessing. Yeah. If I go, where's my events? Just want to check something quick.
Mhm.
Wait, why are you failing? Oh, because I haven't. Really, you're failing because I didn't break you. You're taking the tutorial structs. There you go. Ridiculous. Okay. So it comes out as. It's not even coming out with cat pass. It's saying new enumerator 0.
Oh,
E tutorial techniques colon new enumerator 0. Is it because I'm going straight to a
No,
name?
no, no.
rather
But
than
you haven't converted to a string yet.
Yeah, so it's because I didn't do. I went straight to name rather than to string.
No, no, no. That should be exactly the same.
No. If I go to string first and then to name, I just get cat pass.
No, no, no. You didn't go into name. Yeah, you stop at the. Yeah, you stop there. You didn't go.
No, I've done that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I went straight to it rather than.
yeah. Just like
Yeah.
it should be exactly the same.
Nope. E-tutorial techniques : new enumerator 0.
Oh, okay then.
But
For fuck's
if
sake.
I switch that, cat pass.
Alright, okay. Doesn't make sense, but we take it, okay. Right. Like what?
Like I'm still like super early, barely walking junior infant coder, and even I'm looking at that like that's
Yeah.
not right. That's something's right. Something's not right there.
This is right.
Okay, right. So we can go straight from. Okay. Well, let's fix the for loop for each thing I didn't want to do. So
Yeah, I mean, it's still be shit, but
Okay.
it's better than before, though. Okay, it's still be shit, but better than before.
I need to tidy this up as well because a lot of these variables don't.
Yeah, but I think
no,
that will be tied up when we just, like get all the things together. I think it's gonna
That's
be
the
really-
last thing on the list. But like, because a lot of these are from like old versions when I played it and
I
like,
see,
improved it and I
okay.
fixed it, and like they're not. Some of these aren't even used.
You know what I do usually to tie that up. If you right click to any variable that you may want to delete, and then do find reference. If you don't find any, just kill them.
You can do it even faster than that.
I know you can delete, but
yeah, and it'll give you a warning if it's used anywhere. If it doesn't give you a warning, it means you're not using it.
highly sus. I really don't trust it, but yeah, I know that.
Brought to you by the same people that have to do this.
Exactly. So you should never trust them. Yeah.
Yeah. So all of this becomes this now.
Yeah. I'm glad that that's a bit easy. Are you sure? It looks like a lot less code.
Yeah. Well, the majority of that code was for loops.
Alright. Okay.
Was
I mean, I'm
like,
happy
for
about
loops
that.
and branches and checks. This, now it's just you get it and then we set these 3 things and we're out.
Okay. What is that bit there? Oh, camera view.
Oh, oops. Oh no, yeah, that's it. That's what it needs. I guess I've reached.
Oh, it was another one.
Just plug it into return, just for. It doesn't need that, but just for redundancy. That's all.
Just for redundancy is a terrible sentence.
Just for redundancy. Yeah, but like it doesn't need a return mode, but I like to plug it in because it makes my brain itch a little bit less.
Just for completeness, right? Not redundant for sure.
Yeah, but it needs the same. Just for redundancy.
No, redundancy is very negative. Usually. Yeah, unless you're Google and then.
No, that's the same though, isn't it? Like if you're doing something, it doesn't necessarily need it, but it's usually like the safe. You're doing it just out of safety. It's like a backup option. You're doing it for safety. You're just doing it for redundancy.
No, redundancy is an extra copy, really, not like an extra thing. Yeah, redundancy is saving. I don't know, like 2 data table instead of 1. In case one fail, you go the other one. I don't know.
Oh, I've been using that phrase wrong.
Hard drive, like when you have when you copy all the hard drives and go redundancy. So one fail, you go the other ones. Have you heard like the Google, like Google made redundant 12,000 people, Microsoft 10,000 just today.
Why?
Well, you know, like world, the world is gonna go a little bit bonkers.
Well, you're telling me Google's like so bad for Google's finances so bad they had to cut 12,000 jobs.
Yeah, 12,000 Google, 10,000 Microsoft. Facebook already did 13,000, whatever. Amazon did shitloads as well. Netflix, like everyone is cutting jobs like crazy.
Initiate significant layoffs as inflation rises and global markets brace for a downturn. Job losses constitute around 6% of Google's global. They cut 6% in one go.
Of Google?
Yeah, Microsoft 10,000, Amazon 18,000, Meta 11,000. Meta cut, well, Facebook cut 13% of their workforce.
Yeah. Oh.
So the layoffs marked a moment.
Okay.
So to sharpen our focus, re-engineer our cost base, and direct our talent and capital to our highest priorities. The CEO noted that artificial intelligence would be a key area going forwards.
Was that of Google?
Yeah.
I'm
Like
pretty sure
AI
they're
AI
shitting in
products?
their pants for ChatGPT. They say, "Oh shit."
So what? Are they wanting to push AI products, or are they preparing to replace low-level engineers with AI?
Nah, they would. I want to push AI, as service. They did this for like, they were always like at the forefront of AI forever, and then
Yeah, with like DeepMind.
I mean, yeah, they did all sorts of shit, and then they just lost the plot a little bit, and then ChatGPT came out and said, it's Google, but it actually works a lot better. I mean, Google always worked well, but ChatGPT is just like, if I really was Google, I would just shit myself.
Listen to this book. So, in Google's earnings report last October, it announced revenue of 69 billion and a profit of 13.9 billion.
Yeah.
That's down from the previous year, which was the previous quarter, previous year, which was a profit of 18.9 billion. So they've made 5 billion less, but they're still making nearly 14 billion profit. And they're like, yeah, we need to cut 6% of the workforce because we're profiting less than we were.
Yeah. It is the very shit way any public company that they need to get the, you need to please the investors, and there is this myth of infinite growth, and it just anyone with a grasp of math can understand that, infinite exponential growth he will stop at some point.
I mean, it's the same equation as perpetual motion. Like, it's never going to happen. Stop trying.
mean, you got it, and then you saturate the market because there are only 8 billion people in the world and a certain amount of money people spend. So your exponential growth always hits whatever ceiling you reach, right? It's a very good ride until until you hit that point. But I really don't understand why. The funny thing is that both Google, Facebook, Microsoft, all those shares, they jumped a lot, like positively, after they announced the redundancies, and it's so unmoral, like immoral, like it's so screwed. Like you scrap 10,000 people, and oh yeah, your share are 8% up. Like fuck you. It's like it's really shit. like since Facebook let off this like 13,000 people, their shares went up 30%, like 30%, and they were absolutely shit. Like imagine if they actually did something good.
How on earth have Facebook shares gone up?
I have no idea.
Wasn't the last big thing they done was flop Meta, the metaverse?
Yeah, and I
So
think
why have their shares gone up?
yeah, I think they're gonna cancel it.
I don't think they will. They're way too deep in it. They can't cancel that.
Well, not cancel, but they would just. Carmack left. You know, John Carmack is the creator of Quake and Doom, right? He was
Yes.
he was the like special advisor for VR, and he said, "That's all bullshit. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna beat my rockets." I may send him an email. John, come with us.
I was wondering why it wasn't getting the curve from the table, and it's because this like search by name is I still need to set the row name.
Yeah. But you had the raw name there. You have Flick up, right? Yeah.
No, yeah, I'm getting the name from the desired technique enum. But the row names are like new row 2, new row 3, new row 4, not speed set, lazy vault, default.
Yeah, but there were Flick up, Flick down before and something like that, right?
Yeah, I mean on the old one, but I'm not
Yeah.
being by curve anymore. I don't like this underscore. I feel like this is going to cause problems, but we'll see.
But you need to map it to whoever the enemy is, right?
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like at the moment, I'm kind of just matching the row name manually to the enum. So when the enum becomes a string, it matches.
Yeah,
with
exactly. Yeah, that is the shitty thing about it. That is this manual thing, and then like when you change one side, you need to update the other, and it's really shit, right?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to avoid. Like I wanted to do exactly what we're doing, where we search by row name, except search by technique.
Yeah.
Enum, which is ridiculous that you can't.
Yeah, because this is not really a database. This is like a JSON file, really.
So you know what?
But then you don't need the technique anymore, right? That's completely redundant. And that
Well, no, because no, because that's the variable I expose when you call the. So when you want to call it in code and you want to be like play the cat pass animation, this is the enum that's exposed. This is what you pick. So you call the function and you pick cat pass. You call the function and you pick dash. But I can't expose the row names anything, can I?
Is that technique is a enum?
Yeah. That's this e-tutorial techniques.
Wow. Yeah, I mean,
which is why I didn't want to have to like write it again. But
yeah, that's.
But it's either this where we do it manually or we do the for loop.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I thought that was going to cause problems. Okay, so we can't have spaces in it. Or we can, but they need to be underscores. I hate underscore.
Really? But surely. Because you have underscore on one side and space on the other, right?
Well, when I type the row name, I can't put a space. It doesn't let me. That's why I was using underscores.
Ah, okay. But you can do it on the enum.
Right, yeah, okay. I can do it in the enum. And I was hoping that it would read the underscore as a space, but it's not.
Yeah, it's not that clever.
It does sometimes. Like if you was to put when you type a variable name in a blueprint, if you put an underscore, it treats it as a space.
Oh, but I
But
think that is a visual is only a visual thing for the blueprint, but in reality it's just saved as a space anyway. I mean, you should
Yeah.
never have a space in a variable, so this is why. Yeah. Oh, sorry. It will still store as an underscore, but it will show you as a space because they want to
Just-
be cool. Yeah.
just for UI purposes.
Yeah. And also, like, you can put question mark on the name of, if you have a bool, a blueprint, you can have a question mark. You can never do that in code. Like, C++.
Yeah, I know it's a terrible habit, but I do that quite a lot for
Really,
booleans.
it's like it's the worst idea in the history.
I know.
of
I like
coding.
every time I do it, I'm like, this is a terrible idea. It's going to cause problems, but it makes my life easier. It makes it easier to read.
I mean, yeah, no, really, but it will confuse the hell out of me to have that.
Well, so one of the ones I use them, I don't know if it's still that or if I've renamed it, but it was so for the menu, it was to check if the menu's open or not, and I put menu open question mark. Because if I just put menu open, I know that 2 months from now I'll look at it and I'll be like, am I asking is the menu open or am I saying the menu is open?
You put the B, as a prefix, or you put is menu open. I think I really like to use verbs like
Oh, okay.
Are you this? Like verbs are good, yeah. For booleans, yeah. Is falling, for example, I would say is falling, is jumping, something like that.
That makes sense. Right. Okay. So that's done now. We've now got this one central table so I can mark that off my to-do list. So we've got that single source of truth, enum, and date table.
Yeah.
Currently, there is still the multiple camera like the right side camera covers all of these vaults. But whenever I do get around to making more cameras, well, I've now got the option to I can have this whole enum be like cat pass camera, dash camera.
Okay, what is active components?
Oh, so I have an enum for which components, and they line up with the names of the skeletal mesh. And I use that to turn the material on and off. So when I know that right trigger and right thumb are the active components, so it affects the material for those two components and nothing else to highlight it. So that's what the active component's for.
But what is that? Is that an array?
In this data table, it's an array of. So the actual thing, this is an enum of my controller components, and then I've made an array of it because there's multiple components active in one go.
Can you have array in the data table? Okay, that's handy.
Yeah, in the structs, you select the type and you can have a single, an array, a set, or a map in a data table.
All right. So, okay, let's go back to the data table. So we go active component. So what is so this is the data table for the whole technique, right?
Yeah, so it contains which curve, which camera angle, which component to use.
Okay.
Everything happening in here is logic.
All right. Okay. So let's check what are the informations. What are all the information that we need for a technique? For sure, we need more than that, right?
Yeah. So the other stuff that we've got is whether or not we want to hide the labels, whether or not we want to show the tutorial text, what we want to multiply the play speed by. The pause time is like that time between sections, and the hang time, the end hang time, is once it's finished all of it, and it's like release the trigger and that, how long does it wait before it fades out and deletes the widget?
Right.
Which is basically like that's your human processing time. How long do you want to leave it on the screen for the person to process what they've seen before you get rid of it and
Yeah.
reset their head?
So those are variables that are external to the data table, right? Those are variables that
these are ones that you would want to set per instance of the animation. Like whenever you call it, you'd set these. They also they're set to default values. If you just don't set them, they still work. But if you ever wanted to customize them,
what is time multiplier?
Oh, so that's the playback speed for the curve.
Right.
That's.
But why would we want to do it?
I don't know, but.
Right. Okay. So time multiplier is just a global thing. Okay.
Yeah.
So what is the pause time?
So pause time is between these sections. Every time you finish a section, like so you finish trigger in, it will wait the pause time before it plays the next section, the thumbstick curve. And once you finish, it will wait the pause time before you play the third section.
So pause time needs to be defined in the data table, right?
Does it?
Well, yeah, because that is intrinsic to the way the movement is executed, right?
No. It's nothing. It's not for like. It's not for like mid curve. So if I set this pause time to like 3 seconds, so you really see it.
Mm-hmm.
So it will pull the trigger in. Oh, hang on, the pause time plays at the start. So it'll wait 3 seconds. It'll pull the trigger in. It'll wait 3 seconds. It'll play the thumbstick. It'll wait 3 seconds. It'll pull the trigger. But that's not unique to every. That's not unique to every animation, is it?
No, but it's unique for like every curve is is weighted in time. Like to do a flick up, you cannot just wait 3 seconds between one thing or the other. Like that is the weight that describes how the curve is, how the technique is behaving, right? So that needs to be.
But it doesn't matter how long you wait between the right trigger in and the vault. You could hold the trigger in for 20 minutes before you input the vault.
Oh yeah, but like the trigger and the vault, they are part of the same technique. Like 1, 2, 3, they needs to be defined in the data because like we are missing a lot of information in the data table, and one of the information that we are missing is those steps. Like each one of those steps, then it needs to be in the data table.
But surely that pause time is more to do with how you want it to feel when you look at it, like how much time you want to allow the person to understand what they've just seen, as opposed to.
Well, it depends. It depends because if the pause time is an information that is required to make the movement work. Because in this case, it may not be correlated to the functionality of the movement, but in some other cases, I mean, in theory, right?
Oh, so you're looking ahead to future systems when it might be timing based between the trigger and the thumbstick.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Right.
Like,
okay.
Yeah. In general, I think that pause time shouldn't exist because, in general, you should define. Like we got these 3 motions there, right? So in general, you define what is the canonical way to do those 3 motions, right? Because yeah,
but I don't know. So originally there wasn't a pause time. It would do trigger in, thumbstick, trigger out, basically all at the same time. And if you already knew the move, it was fine. You understood what was happening. But if it was the first time you saw it, it was a lot happening all at once, and it was hard to keep track of. Which is why I broke it up into 3 sections, so that you could digest what you were seeing.
Yeah, but
we
can still do that, right?
Yes, but without specifying like a pause time between them, how would you control the timings? Because I can't have the vector curve for the thumbstick and the curve in and out for the right. I can.
You need one timeline from start to finish of the technique, right? So from time 0 to time X, there is the end, right? Like the thumbstick is down, whatever, like 90% of sorry, the trigger is down 90% of the time, but the trigger is only down in the middle, right? So like,
right,
yeah,
okay, idea, because that would involve every single curve being the same length so that you could sync them up. Or so the vector curves have got X, Y, Z, and we don't use the Z for the thumbstick. We only use X and Y. So if I make the trigger the Z, then we can have it all on a single curve. And then it means that we can sync up, like the cat pass, we can sync up the trigger in and out to the thumbstick movement. And then if we've ever got a more complicated thing in the future where it really needs to be like precise timings, we can build that into the curve.
But if we have a movement that requires left trigger, right shoulder, and up button, I don't know, like.
Yeah, but at that stage, we're going to need a new way of handling the curves, because you're never going to be able to get that much information in a single vector curve anyway. So
yeah, but I thought
we'd
that
have to split it into sections.
Yeah, but I thought that the vector curves were per component, right? Like it was only...
Currently, yeah, like the trigger has a vector curve.
Yeah,
the curve has a trigger in, trigger out.
Yeah.
And like the thumbstick has all of these curves, but if you was to play them at the same time, so there's no pause time, but you still want them to be synced in a specific order, it would mean that you would need every curve to last for the same amount of time. So a cat pass and a reverse vault, even though one is a drastically longer movement, they would have to have the same total time of the curve, which means the reverse vault is either going to be super fast or the cat pass is going to be really slow.
No. Well, no. But like we need to have, right, for each component that is active in the technique. For each technique, we need to have their own curve. Like so, basically, you need to have like a lot more of trigger in associated to the cat pass, the dashboard, the blah blah.
So you mean you would have like a cat pass trigger in, dash trigger in, a reverse.
Yeah. That is redundancy.
but then you that's redundant. But then you would still have to.
No, because then you time them.
Be very careful in how you created the curves, because the curves would have to. If you was to like overlay them, they would have to line up.
Yeah, of course.
Which means you have to be really careful about how you make them.
Yeah.
So, but the more complicated the move becomes, that the complexity of lining those curves up ramps up incredibly fast. So would it not be better to have a core vector curve? So like for vaults, a vector curve that is X and Y for the thumbstick, Z for the right trigger, and then if it was a more complicated move, have a supporting vector curve that had the other 3 components on it.
But then in that case, you need to You need to make lots of assumptions that the Z is the right trigger if it's a vault, or a left trigger if it's a climb or another movement. I mean, how do you make that mapping?
No, you wouldn't. So you'd have where's my cat pass here? So cat pass curve. So this already existing, this is the Y up and down.
Mhm.
And then so if I was to turn these off, we'll go 0 to 1 and then that, add another key over like let's say 2 seconds or whatever. These times are going to be all wrong, but I'll move them around in a sec.
Mhm.
And then back down to 0. So it would be something like that. So you've got the thumbstick motion and you've got the trigger in and out.
Yeah,
But this
but
is
you
like,
need to
this
know
is-
which
this
one
cat pass.
is which, right?
No.
I know this
Well, no,
is
the
beautiful,
curve-
but
The curve doesn't care. The curve doesn't care what the component is. This is
I
just
know.
the
Yeah,
so
but
it's
you need to have a mapping somewhere else. They say X is the left, say, Y is Z distance, right?
Well, no. Yeah, okay, so that would be so like in here at the moment, so because I'm using vector curves just because then I didn't have to fuck around when I pick something else. I just break the vector value and I'm only reading the X for the trigger in and out because the trigger goes between 0 and 10, so I'm just using that as an alpha. So I would just do that. I would just use only the Z.
Yeah, but here, right? Here, yes, but maybe maybe you don't know my secret plan, which is to get rid of all of this. So my idea is, in a good way, get rid of all this.
In a good way is to destroy everything that you've spent months working on.
No, I mean the part of the material rendered to texture thingy with the alpha, that was really good, right? That can stay there. It was quite impressive. All right, so
that took me a while to work out.
Well,
that was
I could have done it myself. I don't know how to do those things. So, see, that part is good, right? I think. maybe it's crap, but I think, yeah, I can see the part. But this part, okay, you know, like how we optimize all that mess with just, 3 nodes, right, to do the search, right? Yeah, my idea is to do the same here. So, like going back to the data table is like, can we add in here? I still don't know if it's the good thing to do. So like, it's still in my mind. I'm still very confused about this. But what I would try.
You should as a teacher, you should never say that to the student.
Yeah.
You should never be like, I'm not sure what I'm about to teach you, but we'll work it out. It's we'll get somewhere.
It always works out at the end, right? So in here, what I would like to try to do is, can we have a complete? Sorry, 1 second. Somebody is bothering me. What do you want? This one? Sorry, my wife wanted to steal my phone.
Outrageous.
She plays games on my phone, and she had like her phone, my daughter's phone, her phone, my other daughter's iPad, and then she plays the same game, and she does all the cheats anyway. Super geek. So
I respect it.
So yeah, what I'd like to do is, can you add here, just as a preview, okay? Save everything in case everything goes, goes tits up, right? Can you add here in this data table all the information that we need that we could potentially read in code to execute exactly the same code, but instead of doing the logic in the blueprint, we just read, oh, left trigger, right trigger, blah, blah, blah. We just read every information that we need from.
Okay,
the
so what
technical
information do
description.
you need?
Yeah,
So
no,
would you want me to translate? No, that's a terrible idea. I was going to say, would you want me to translate the 0 to 1 information from the curve into a
No,
written
no.
sequence? But that's a terrible idea.
That's totally terrible idea. No, like, so okay, just go in the code and let's check one by one what you do, like bit by bit. I mean, yeah. So for example, that function there, right?
Right. So yeah. So what's happening here is, so this is the event tick going through, and then it's basically a series of gates that it's checking. So it will check if it wants to be paused or not, which is, if it does, it will play the pause time and then it'll unpause, and it will go through to the next section.
What's that? Stop there, right? What is the pause time again? Is that thing that
it's
we
the time in between.
say that is wrong?
So it'll be like trigger in, pause. Move the thumbstick, pause.
But
trigger out, pause.
Exactly. So if we have the curve that does all the things, that pause
we won't need, will become redundant.
Exactly. So kill that one for now, right? I mean, I just do not run that. Okay, next one.
Get out. I didn't mean to pull the gate. There you go.
Yeah.
So let me just
save it, because we're gonna make a mess anyway, right? So
possibly redundant.
yeah, so, like a Google employee.
Right.
That was a terrible job.
Okay, so it goes through to a check of, do we want to tick the trigger in? If we do, then it checks the active components. Which one do we want to? Which part of the skeletal mesh do we want to trigger? And then it just does like the delta times multiplier, times the time added onto the current time. So this progresses its way through the curve.
No, what's that? Way too far, right? Just go back a second. Okay, what is tick trigger? What does it mean?
So this is acting as a gate as to whether or not it should keep reading the curve. So every time it updates the curve, every event tick, every tick that it updates the curve, I have it check, are we at the max time of the curve? Are we at the end of it? If we're not, then leave tick trigger. Sorry, if we're not at the end of it, leave tick trigger true, so keep ticking it. If it's false, then stop ticking trigger.
But this is again, we won't need anymore, because the curve will always play from start to finish, right?
To be fair, this entire cascading thing will all go.
I told you.
If all the curve, if all,
it's beautiful.
I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that. But if all of this goes down into a single curve, this whole cascading system vanishes, because that's all this is emulating. It's just emulating it.
Right.
That.
Right. Okay. So yeah. Okay. Kill all the things that did the thing that we don't do anymore.
Okay. The only
Don't
things
do
left
that.
are
We are down
fade in
to
the
very
materials
minimum.
and fade out the materials. That's all that's left.
Yeah, I would put that into his own, like some functions, and we call it even. Anyway, it's okay.
Yeah, I mean that just needs.
Yeah.
That's just for the sake of tidying up. That's not any
Yeah.
functional change.
Okay, just moving away from the screen so we don't get confused. Right. Okay. So, if you play now, what is it gonna happen? Nothing. The distraction.
My
of the
assumption
universe?
is it will bring the control onto the screen.
Mhm.
It will highlight the components, and then it will just do nothing, and then it will never delete itself.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, because now it doesn't have a curve to. It doesn't even have a curve to play system, and it's never going to delete itself because the call to delete itself happens after the curve is finished. So this
Right.
just now
Okay.
exists.
Yeah. Right. So
But
let's fix that.
it's not throwing up any errors. It's just
Yeah.
it just doesn't have instructions after this point. It kind
Yeah.
of just stops.
Good news.
That's exactly what we wanted.
That's a good one, Rocket. Yeah, so let's make it do something. Right. Can you play that? Like, just play the same curve that you were playing before, right? Playing that flick up curve, or wherever that curve was, right?
Play it how?
What is the code that plays the curve?
It's in here.
Yeah, but where? Which
It's
bit?
this section.
Ah,
Okay, so okay.
okay,
So,
but what? Oh, yeah.
Event graph, thumbstick curve.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just
I guess that.
like this. It's not RT.
Really, this should be a component enum. I don't know why I made it a string. I think it was late at night.
Yeah.
It
Okay.
should
Now,
just be the component enum. But
don't
whatever.
worry. We're gonna
So
see. Yeah. Beautiful.
yeah, okay, yeah, that works.
Right. Okay. So can you change that function in which now? I mean, okay, we need to decide. I'm not sold yet on the X and Y Z thing, right? Just convince me that that is a good thing to do.
I mean, you're getting a ton of information in a single place. You're drawing it from a single source, and you can control and compare them against each other without having to have multiple windows. It's easier to make, it's easier to read. It's a central source of truth. It's a single source of truth.
Like, there's music for my ears.
It's the well of eternal youth.
SST, single source of truth.
And unless you know a better way of doing it, it's all I've got.
What's that? Like, what is the red? Oh, the red is
hit there. Because it wasn't being used for this particular curve, I just hit it.
Okay. Like for I don't know, reverse board, you will have all of them together.
Yeah. So if we go, that's the reverse volt, and then so the actually.
All right. Okay. So
copy that quick. Oh, hang on. It would look something like that.
Yeah. Right. So, there is something very cool about it, but the thing that I'm not happy about it is just a fluke, and it's not logical. But who cares? It's fine, you know. Flukes.
Wait, what do you mean it's not? What do you mean it's not logical?
Well, no, okay. It's not that it's not logical. It's actually quite nice to see. The thing is, okay, if we have a strong mapping between X, Y, and Z, then yeah, I'm sold. But
well, because the only issue is if you was to have these as separate curves for separate components, like for just a normal cat pass, it wouldn't be too bad. It's only two components. But if you had like a complicated move that had 3-4 components in, trying to sync up how this is synced up without
I know.
being able to see them would be a
Sure.
nightmare.
Yeah, I agree.
So surely the more that you can keep on the same screen at a single
Yeah.
time, the better.
No. I mean, that's for sure, right? Okay, there are two things, right? If there is a move that uses 4 curves, then we're screwed anyway, right? Because the other poor curve is left.
That's when we bring in the support curves, the ancillary curves.
Right, yeah. Okay, so right. Okay, let's keep this assumption for now because there is something in here about optimizing, this curve space, which has it does sound good. Okay.
So if I was to set this to reverse vote quickly, I don't like this. I have to switch between left and right. I can't think of a better way of doing it, but
What was that?
well, so you know what you were saying about the curves. The curves don't know which component they are.
Yeah.
They don't care.
Yeah.
This is what this is. So,
Oh, yeah.
Because the active component is the right thumb, I'm applying the curves to the right thumbstick. And because it's the left thumb, it's applying to the left thumbstick.
Yeah, so for example, that mapping needs to be defined in the data table. So we just say, what is the mapping, right?
Okay.
Which is the same as
Right.
So basically we
component.
define in the data table what X and Y and Z are mapped into, right?
Yes.
In fact, we already have that information, okay?
Well,
that
yeah,
array,
okay.
Can you make it a freeway array? And you say right thumbstick X, right thumbstick Y, and right trigger for the cat path.
So even if we do, so how does that apply to here? Because so these values, this like face button, these left thumbstick vector values and that, this is what Dan in Blueprint's reading.
Mm-hmm.
So how would I convert the E component type into a float or into a vector?
No, you
because
don't.
I can't.
No, you convert the curve into like the curve reads into that, right?
Yeah, but so here I'm manually saying if we're looking at the left thumbstick and then I pull in the left thumbstick I pull it in to set, and I'm setting it.
Yeah. But you have a switch on enum, right? Switch on enum, and then depending on the enum, you set whatever the enum is mapped into, right? That needs to be into its own function, right?
Oh, right. So all of this, like the different options after the switch, this is still the same manual setup we've already got, but this switch then becomes an enum listed in the table.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I thought you meant like automate this whole bit here in the table, and I didn't know how you were planning to do it.
No, because that is like.
Well, in that case, then
at some point you need to do like as long as you do that transformation once and only in a single source of truth in the code, like just bring that into a function. Can you create a function that converts curve type into component, right? It's like
type into components.
Like, what is the left trigger, right trigger, blah blah? Are those variables right there? How are those variables?
You do realize you just pointed at the screen and I'm not
Yeah,
next
no,
to
yeah. You need to project the thing. How can you look at the? Oh, you're looking at the
YouTube.
screen. Okay.
Yeah, because of the chat in
Yeah.
case someone talks.
I see. Okay.
So what? Like, what are these? This left thumbstick, right thumbstick.
Yeah. How are they mapped to the mesh in the?
Through the through the anim blueprint. Get active class, get the tutorial, controller actor, get these values and set them as anim values. That
Right.
then
So
go
what's it?
the control rig.
What's it? What is target there?
Which target?
Target, face button, face rig. Target is our blueprint, right?
Oh yeah, sorry. The target is our tutorial controller blueprint.
Okay. So right, okay. So can you create in the other blueprint? Can you create that function, right? So basically, map the enum into the into each one of those variable, basically.
Okay, so right here.
But you still need to have in the data table, right? You need to have somewhere that says X, Y, X is this, Y is that, and Z.
Yeah. Yeah. So, curve to that value mapping.
Yeah. Terrible generic name there.
I wasn't I wasn't sure what to name it, to be honest.
You know, like, if you name a variable like name, like
you have a float and you call it value.
Yeah, value, yeah.
You call it number.
Number.
Okay, so what this would be coming out of a switch on enum.
Yeah, he has 3 inputs, right? No, sorry, he has 3 inputs, right? He maps what X and Y Z of that curve are, right?
So
now why you do the for loop?
But these are the active components.
Okay, so sorry, you just write the code and then at the end you're gonna probably delete all
We'll fix it, yeah. This is just me trying to work out the order of order of events.
Okay, yeah. Work out the order and then we delete everything.
And also, if you get there before I do, please overwrite me.
No, I'll let you. I'm very confused tonight, so I'll let you do the math first, and then shit.
Right. So hang on. This is gonna be easier if I can. No. What? Oh, okay. No. Let's make this a map, and fuck it. Why not? Let's make this an enum. Let's make everything an enum. E curve value. What did I just say about calling something value?
Yeah. E curve value. My God, you're never fun.
What a shit name. E curve value. Where's the data? There it is. So, fuck it, it's resetting now. Okay, so for the reverse vault is set up, so let's just test that one for now. Semicircle left up. So we'd do a map, and we know it's got the right trigger, which we want it to read the. Hang on. Oh, I didn't set this as the enum. What did I call it? Oh, curve value.
My God.
That feels like a real Joker moment to be like, yeah, it's the curve value.
Yeah.
But no, because the right thumb doesn't want to be X or Y. It wants both.
Yeah.
It wants to be a vector. So this doesn't work.
No. You need to map X, Y, and Z to the curve, not the curve to X, Y, and Z.
Right. Okay. So if I swap this the other way around, so active components is a map that goes X, Y, Z first and then component afterwards.
No.
Because that's gonna break determining which components are used.
No, like,
It's gonna have to be a separate thing, isn't it? Like a separate column. It's then gonna have to be one afterwards, which is curve value.
But why you don't create? Can you create a struct that has got X, Y, Z, right?
I've already done it, mate. That's curve value. That's what curve value is.
No, but that is enum, right?
Oh, sorry, you want a struct? Sorry.
Yeah. So if you create a struct that's got, I mean, it's really an array, but
curve value struct.
Yeah. So, and then you have, right? There are three enums, right? X mapping, Y mapping, and Z mapping, right? And those are
component. Like that?
Yeah, but is there a difference between X and Y in the component?
No.
Yeah.
What? No.
So we need to make that.
This curve value doesn't. Oh no, that goes into the structure. Yeah. So this would be. Yeah, I have to call that curve value now. I'm not really locked into it. So we know this is right trigger and right thumb. And then, oh, okay, yeah, now, so X is right thumb, Y is right thumb, Z is right trigger.
Yeah.
I didn't realize you could do a struct inside of a table. I didn't realize one of the columns could be a struct.
Oh, yeah. I don't know why we're still needing that component structure, because we really don't care in a way, but okay.
The active components?
Yeah, we'll think about that. I mean, that code will go anyway.
Yeah, but that active components is what the material uses to fade in and out the material.
Well, okay, then you can stay.
Unless we could pull it from which components come up in the curve value.
Yeah.
If we want to, but
that's fine. I mean, it's a little bit of redundancy, never harmed anyone.
Really?
No, I'm kidding. It's terrible.
We're okay with we're okay with redundant code now, are we? It's
totally terrible. But anyway.
Okay, so
the only thing there, right, is that you need to. Okay, that's not too bad, right? But you need to have a little bit of logic that says if it's an thumb stick, then you need to map X and Y, right?
Um, hang on.
I mean, we're probably gonna change it quite soon, but let's have it something working now, and then
What is it to construct? Yeah. Wait. 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 What? No. What? What? What am I doing? So I know that I want X, Y, and Z. I know which component they want to be.
Mhm.
And then I have to use that information to determine
just get the
which one of these to set.
yeah. Yeah. Like
Which is
you need to do
switch on
yeah.
it
Yeah.
for each of them.
Yeah. I mean, that needs to be. I thought that was a single function, but yeah. I mean, okay, that is a single function, but just for now, just actually no, sorry, just make it function. Otherwise, it's just gonna be madness, right?
Wait, but this is going to be madness anyway.
And
Because no, this isn't going to work because this is going to be different for every configuration. We'd have to. There'd be no point in doing the table. You might as well just set a manual configuration every time. Because that's all I'm doing.
what?
Well, if I'm doing this like for X, switch on right trigger.
No. You need all of them. This is why it needs to be a function, right? You need all those cases.
Yeah. Right. Like that.
Yeah.
And
so that's big switch.
Oh, okay.
A single yeah.
Right. I'm with you. I'm with you. Select mapping. Ugh. So face bottom is there. Face right. Face left. Face top. I don't think I've even got all the variables made, to be honest. I think I've only made the ones actually I might have made all of them. I don't know. I might have been I might have planned properly, we'll see.
Doubt it, no.
I highly doubt it too. I think I only made the ones we use.
Yeah, but it's okay because like
Trigger
we only need to add it here, and like the beauty of doing things properly is just like you don't have to go 20 million places in the code, and you know.
Trigger. Yeah, those are the ones I've made at the moment.
Okay. So
that's
one extra thing that I will do is instead of a single variables there, you should really bring them all in one struct and just call them like button mapping struct, whatever. So you don't pollute all of those, you know. Anyway, for later. Okay, for later. No, don't do it now. Don't do it now. It's
okay. Hang on. Let me make a note then before we move on.
It's just because it's better readability, really.
Button mapping struct. Off. Family variables? Yeah, I'll understand what that note means later. I'll definitely understand what that means in 6 hours' time. Right, so then these go into here. So when we call the function, no.
Sorry. Why my
Yeah,
resolution is going shit now? Can you make it a little bit bigger? I can't. I think the connection went a little bit weird. Okay, yeah. Right, okay, so... Yeah, so say again, guys?
So, no, hang on. Where? Curve to value mapping. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
Mm-hmm. Did you choose
So
the
how do we
output?
get these? Sorry.
Did you the function does return any output?
No, not currently.
Yeah,
So
you need to
it's-
return. Oh no, okay, you only save
You-
that. No, okay, no, that's fine. Right, so you save. One sec. Yeah, so
we'd
basically,
we'd want X, Y, Z as
so
inputs here. That no.
no.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that would work. So if we done right. Oh, I've done them as outputs. Fuck. I wanted them as inputs. X, Y, Z.
Yeah, that's correct.
And then
I'm gonna say
oh no, this won't work.
no.
Because then
No, you only need
No,
either
no.
X, Y, or Z, right? I'm gonna say, right?
oh yeah. Sorry. So it would be like that.
No. You only need but no, because then you don't know which one has been set, right? Like you need the
Oh, there'd have to be three separate
no.
functions. An X.
You only
function,
need
Z
one.
function,
You no. Just
So
do it
how do
only
you
once. Just call it value as you would like.
Okay.
And assign the value, no, yeah, X, and then Y, and then Z, right?
Oh. Yeah. Why didn't I? Yeah. Okay. I don't know why that. I don't know why that took me so long to see.
Oh, you know that you can do, I don't know what it's called, but it's like some implicit binding. If you right click on face left, can you assign to the value? Yeah,
No.
I'm sure you can do it. No?
Not in here. No.
Yes.
Ah. Right. So this becomes a thing though. Because the thumbsticks aren't a float, they're a vector.
Yeah.
2D. So how do we differentiate the value? Because the thumbstick is going to be getting input from X and Y, but I can't have the input going into both. Because then it means X and Y are both getting X and Y at the same time.
So what you can do is just just have two inputs, and then you only use x if it's a single value, and x and y if there are two values. Right? Yeah.
What with the branch?
No, rename value into x. Let's say the x is always the first one, and then you do y, right? And then you just pass on each one of them x and y, right? No, one sec. Curve x, y. Yeah, because we know that. No, I'm gonna say like we know that curve x, right, is always the x value, right?
Or what if I made this of a vector?
No, but it's already a vector.
Yeah. And for wow, I'm surprised that didn't just like explode the universe there. If I break the vector, we know Z is always going to want to go. Like these ones are only ever going to want Z because that's our binary, like on or off. And then we know that the Y is always going to be from Y, and the X is always going to be from X.
Yeah, let's try that. Yeah.
That makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's horrible to look at, but it.
Yeah. It's a bit weird, but
if I do, that's actually a bit easier to look at. And then I can collapse that. I mean, you say it's a bit weird, but what's the better way of doing it?
No, I don't know. It's always weird when you have that intricacy.
Well, but it's always surely it's better to work downstream than upstream. So start from a vector and break it down as you go through, rather than break it down at the start and then try and rebuild it later on.
No, I mean I think like that one. If the logic works, then that one is good.
Okay. So that sets.
But I'm gonna say like.
And then I think.
But isn't that setting the same variable twice for x and y?
Well, no, because it's putting in like this whole vector is coming in every time.
Yeah.
But we know that we've assigned Z. You're right, babe. Girlfriend's knocked her phone off the table. I just heard a loud bang. Yeah, and then we know that. Where is my blueprint? There it is.
Yeah,
but like, the X is always going to draw from the X.
Yeah.
And the Y is always going to draw from the Y, and then we know whichever component is active is the only one.
But we said the X and Y twice, right? No?
How the fuck did you get it to this side of the room? Did you do football kick it? Jesus Christ! No worries. How did you drop your phone and it got 6 foot away from you? What do you mean it's setting it twice? Sorry.
So this function, right? It gets called 3 times, okay? But for the thumbstick, right? It gets called twice with exactly the same result. Can we just call it twice only?
Well, I guess you'd only have to call it one. No. But
yeah, okay.
So twice would only work if X and Y were the same component.
Yeah, but
If
the
there
way
was ever
they're
a
mapped,
situation where they,
yeah,
if there was ever a situation where they were split across components,
yeah, is that I know,
so
but no,
we
no,
could.
no, that's horrible. Just leave it like that. It's just like yeah, it's a lot cleaner.
I mean,
But
it might.
yeah.
I mean, it might just work. Wait, did I not plug it in? I don't need the sequence anymore. Wait, where did that sequence go? When it's open. Okay. Oh, and then
What is this thing?
this is whether or not it should keep playing the curve. I think this is why it wasn't playing. Because right? Wait, I don't need that open. I don't need that open. I don't need that open. Keep that for now. Don't need that open. I don't need that open. Keep that for now. No, that didn't do anything. What? So
All these variables can go now, right? Within
yes,
any
they
of those,
can.
right? One sec, right?
Oh wait, no. Just drag this over here. Oh, I don't know why I had that as like an event being called somewhere else.
What's gate?
Are you asking me what a gate is, or?
Yeah, yeah.
So you have an input coming into enter, and then you have conditions as to whether or not the gate is opened or closed. So if I ever call this stop ticking event, it closes the gate and it stops letting the event tick through. It'll just keep hitting a dead end. If I call the play technique thing, it will open the gate and allow the event tick through.
All right.
So we don't care about pause tick. We don't actually care about these anymore. So if it's ever at the max time, then we stop ticking. Otherwise, we just keep going. Oh! What do I want? Where's my delta S? Delta S, time multiplier, current time. So multiply, add.
What? That?
That's the progress forwards through the curve thing.
All right,
And
we need
then-
to change that for sure.
Set current time to why?
Well,
What
because
would you want to change it to?
to the same thing that we did for the time trial, like it needs to be save a time at the beginning and then just use the.
Oh, I swear, I'm sure I'd done that, and I got weird. I wanted to ask you actually because I'd done that, and I don't know if I'd done it wrong. I got weird results.
Oh yeah, I done it wrong. Right, that
Why-
played well apart from the trigger.
Oh no, the
It
trigger's
was very
moving,
weird.
but like, oh no, I know why. I know why.
It
No,
slightly.
no. Yep, I know why. It's because the control rig wants the trigger to move between 0 and 10, but the curve is moving between 0 and 1. That's why you're only getting a tiny movement.
Okay.
Previously, I was multiplying by 10 in the blueprint when I set it, but really, I should just do it here.
As long as you do it once,
No.
I'm cool with that.
In fact, let's do it.
Why do you even need to do it though? 10 looks like a random number.
It's because if I pull the control rig up, when I grab this, I have to move it 10 units back to get a nice movement. But I guess if I...
Can you normalize it there?
Yeah, if I do it here... Yeah. Yeah, okay. And then, just to keep this tight, let's change these maxes down to 1. Yeah, okay, there you go. The curve for it going in and out isn't particularly nice for this. We would... Alright, that wasn't what I was supposed to do. We would want something more like that, I guess.
Looks like it's doing the other way around.
No, it's doing it too fast. If I just drag this all over, what the? And like that. That's not bad.
Yeah. Try again.
Right, but we want the trigger in before doing the thumbstick stuff.
Yeah, but it's in before this one.
Trigger a breakpoint then. Don't know how. Like that.
Try again. Yeah. The only thing that
See,
really need
do
to
you not think that that's too much information happening at once, though? Rather than it being compartmentalized.
I think what is confusing is that there is a bit of overlap with the text, so you don't really know where to look at.
Hang on, let me just... Where's the widget? Let me just drag it into a better part of the screen. Wait. No, shit, hold on. Can I not just... No. Shit. First of all. That?
Did you really want to
Okay.
put it there?
Sorry?
Did you want it to put it there?
I just wanted to get it off of the stamina bar. I don't... This isn't like where it's going to be. I just wanted to get it off the stamina bar so I could see it properly.
So, like, the thing is...
I like the having it all on one curve system. And its logic. But I still think it should be, like, very deliberate sections, even if you do it in the one curve of, like,
Yeah.
trigger in,
Yeah,
thumbstick, trigger out.
sure. But also the pivot point is wrong. It just, I mean, that is what confusing about the trigger. Just it looks like the trigger has like a very weird.
Wait, really? I've adjusted that.
But surely it can't go outward, right? It can only go inward, right? Oh, because it's right. I see. It's the bit right. Yeah, it's got that little bit. Yeah, I get confused of when it's pressed and when it's released. It looks like it's the other way around. See, like that bit at the top, it should never pop up, right?
I
Otherwise,
don't
it
have
looks
a...
like
Wait, hang on. I don't have a PlayStation controller.
well, just put the pivot at the very top of the trigger. So basically, the top part is not moving. The top part is the trigger. Sorry, it's the pivot.
Okay. Let me go adjust the skeleton quick. Wait. So, there, I guess.
I can't see the skeleton.
No, it's because I'm in Blender. That's where I've done the rigging.
Right.
Not Unreal. I'm exporting it now, so you'll see it in Unreal in a second.
Yep.
Where's my folder? I crashed Unreal.
Did you save it?
Yeah, sure.
Excellent.
Well, we will see in a minute. I know it hasn't been long since I saved, but it did have an asterisk over it, so I've lost something. But that something might just be like moving a node.
All right.
Man, lately Unreal's been taking ages to open the last couple of days.
Yeah, it's always 2 cages. Oh, man.
It's sped up for a while. I think the DDC's built up again, or the save folder.
Yeah, but if it takes ages, then you can open the level a lot quicker, right? When you press play, right? Is either one or the other?
Yeah, I guess so. Where is the actor? There is. I mean, it doesn't look like we've lost anything important. I think it was just me moving nodes around to tidy things up.
Yeah, it looks like it's on there.
Yeah, I think that's right. Ah. Oh, the moving the curve around has probably been lost as well. Yeah. Okay, but we can just go into the control room.
Is the pivot point changing now? Yeah, so
Yeah. Yeah, this control isn't where the pivot point is. The pivot is where the bone is. Oh,
what's it?
no, it hasn't changed. Wait, why is it not? That shouldn't. Wait. Did I not export it? Did I just import the old version?
Yeah, no, that is correct. That is the pivot, right?
Well, that's where it. No, that's where it used to be. That was where it was 10 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago when you didn't like it.
But where is the pivot?
Ah. Well, I've just moved it to. In Blender, I've just moved it to. Fucking hell. Making a mess of this. Like there-ish is where I've just moved it to in Blender.
But can I look
Oh.
in Blender what happens when you rotate the
Oh! No, I didn't. I moved the bumper. I moved the bone for the shoulder button, not for the trigger.
Right. Yeah, the bumper doesn't even need to be rotated, but put it back.
Yeah, because that's just in and out action. That doesn't really. Yeah, okay. So, right, where do you think it should pivot from? So it was pivoting from here.
Well, it looks like it was pivoting from the center of the.
Yeah, so like where that bone is now, that's where it was pivoting from. which you don't like. You think it
Oh,
looks off
yeah, I think that's correct. Yeah.
So, I mean, I can move it like up to the top or back here if you want.
Yeah, but show
But
me in Blender because I cannot understand it from the.
oh, okay. Uh, change windows.
All right. Yeah. So can you see? I show
Yeah.
you
So
in the
it
camera, right?
it was here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So can you see from the camera? And
From
it's
the
like
oh yeah. Oh, okay.
you see, like it only goes down. It never goes. You know. It never.
Oh, that's from like real far back. That's from like here. That's going more in than actually.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's going like totally in. So like that is the maximum. Like the resting position is the maximum that it can go.
So do you reckon where I put the bone now? Like
Uh,
here?
can you try to? I don't know. Can you try to rotate in Blender?
Uh,
Okay, try. Probably. Uh, yeah, go into. Okay, yeah, go into this view. Yeah, okay, and rotate. No, no. See, like the bit there, you shouldn't see. You shouldn't see that bit sticking out. So basically, nothing should. Yeah, exactly. That is wrong. Nothing should stick out more than the resting position. That is what
okay.
was confusing about that.
So
Yeah, that sticks out. Yeah. So let me see.
wait, so how does it?
Yeah, it only goes down. Look, it goes there, and it only goes down. It never goes up. The
How
shape
does
is.
it?
Is
So how does it work?
yeah. Yeah, like the trigger is slightly. If you see there, is like is slightly down compared to the bumpers, and I don't know how much in focus is the camera, but it's
So
see there.
yeah. So mechanically, how do you think that works? Where is it pivoting from, or is it not pivoting? It's on a spring. Is it rotating at all, or is it just going in, but there's like an optical illusion happening?
No, yeah, it's not really rotating, really. It's not actually. It is rotating, but
So
I mean, the pivot point moves is on a spring, so it's not that easy to get the same effect.
is it just that I've got the bone it too high? What if I do it there?
No, that's even worse because you see like that sticking out. Yeah. So, but I think the pivot is exactly where. Yeah, there, right? The pivot is there. Yeah, like that.
Oh, so if I
So
okay,
can you try from
so
the top just to make sure?
yeah, I think that's changing which bone it's acting on rather than changing the pivot point. Uh, right trigger, end. Wait, no, that's
Yeah, that looks really correct.
But that's what it should be doing in Unreal. Ah, no, because that's R trigger. Why happens if I set this to R trigger root? Ah, right. The values are all over the place because obviously set for the wrong bone, but it's pivoting from where we wanted it to now. So,
Okay.
um, how did I work this fucker out? I don't even understand my own maths here. Oh, this is countering. This probably doesn't need to be anymore. Could be that now. Yeah. Yeah. And the wait. Oh, I'm using the wrong fucking. That's why it didn't make sense to me. Yeah. Multiply by 10 for whatever reason. Yeah. I'm just having a little bit of a mental breakdown there. It's so weird when like you're working on something like this where you spent like an hour working out the maths and how to work out the rotations and stuff, and then you walk away from it for 2 months and you come back and you're like,
Yeah.
what
Rotations
is
are
this?
evil.
What is this black magic that I've done?
See, and I think now you will see that we would need to move the camera most probably.
More than likely. Wait, so
Is that like doing some weird
why is it
stuff?
rotating on the
Yeah.
thing as well? There's some weird angular stuff going on here. If I just
Well, you said X, Y, and Z. Can you set only one of the three?
no, because if I do if I just if I was to just like take the X and Z, the Y and Z, and only change the thing, you're still getting that like tweak out to the side weirdness. The X and the X value is the pullback, the like use it. The Y and the Z are just me countering this weird shiz.
But I thought like the rig worked like that. You would just give them those control points, and then the rig will solve it for you, right?
I wish. Unless I'm just using it wrong, but I'm pretty sure the rig, because it's like it works in a weird space. Either that or I'm just stupid, which is highly possible.
But that red ball there that you move, right? Isn't that what you should control from code?
Yeah, yeah, we do. This is literally just a 0 to 1 value.
Yeah.
The red ball isn't like actually doing anything. It's just a visual representation of 0, 1, 0, 1. It's just a slider.
Alright.
I've only put it there just to make it make sense.
Looking from the top or the side. Yeah.
So,
And now we won't see anything. Yeah. But that is already a little more correct.
that's,
Right?
yes, it's tweaking off to the side. Which is... Right, I need to sort that curve out. That curve's driving me nuts. Hang on. Why is it? Because... Oh! Um... Oh, can I not do that with? Interesting. Right, if that works, then I'll copy it on the left side as well. There's a decent chance this is my lack of rigging understanding that I've rigged it wrong. Because I just noticed that that bone, I've rigged it at an angle, not perfectly straight.
Oh,
And
yeah.
then I'm trying to apply rotation to it, and I'm wondering why it's going on piss. But it's I'm applying rotation to something that's on the angle. So if I then just plug those in, why have you? Uh, uh, what? Okay. No, it's still what? Look at why I I don't understand why. Why is why is rotating around the x-axis pissing it off to the side so much like that?
Yeah, the rig is highly sus.
But I was having. But that was still me, so probably my issues. But um, when you when you when you when you rig something, when you set up a skeleton, do do the bones have a rotation?
What do you mean?
Like, so this bone appears to be straight to the ones it's connected to. Is its rotation derived from its relationship to the other bones, or does it have like a rotation baked into its existence? Like,
No, he has like
so that would be affecting how rotating about the x-axis affects it, wouldn't it?
yeah, but can you set the rotation to 0 on that bone?
Um,
No,
no,
probably
'cause
from the rig though.
oh, from the skeleton.
Yeah. No. I mean, I think you need to do it in
In Blender.
in Blender. I think. Yeah. I mean, you could try there, but I'm pretty sure it's. Yeah. So that rotation that you see there, that is why is going like sideways there. Now looking at the
Right.
screen, but
Like that, I guess. Yeah, I think this is just a little bit of me. I don't know what noise that was that just came out of my mouth. Then yeah, I think this is me learning how to rig and how to do skeletons and making mistakes. Rigging's hard.
no,
Rigging's
rigging
really
is very
hard.
hard. It's black magic. Gonna grab my second coffee while you.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good. While you're fixing the
Yeah.
rig. Okay, already did, but I'm gonna still grab a coffee.
No, that's fine. I think I'm gonna get a drink as well. Yo. I'm not back yet.
Right. We're looking good.
We're looking better for sure.
Better.
Yes. I think I've got an idea to make it even better. What, the add array instead of add float?
No, I was while you were doing that stuff, I was looking at the post. Like there was an ad that pop up on my LinkedIn. The best.
Right.
There's this was it like motivational speaker bullshit, right? And he wrote a book. A book is called "The Best Year of Your Life." Jesus Christ.
How's that?
Try
Wait, hang on,
again.
let me just move the text up a bit because that's one of the things that got lost.
Try again. What happened to the sky? Try again.
That is my graphics card. Well, I've never seen it do it to the sky before. That's interesting.
Yeah, I think. Can you wait and the trigger down? It's it starts too soon and it doesn't wait for the actual yeah, that's actually a bit better. You can understand better. Maybe a bit too much, but actually no, I think that's yeah,
It's in the right direction.
that look good. I mean, to be honest, but I would really do a little bit even exaggerated because at least you understand that that button is going down. Right? Yeah, I think that looks good, to be honest. That looks actually very good. Yeah, it's very convincing now.
So do you want a delay when you first call it before it starts the animation?
No, in the curve, right?
Oh, in the curve.
Oh, maybe, yeah, okay, maybe that, but in the curve, right? Can you have a longer wait from, the first red dot and the first blue dot? Can you separate them, like? But no, but yeah, you need to keep the rest of the curve, yeah. Exactly, yeah. I don't know, like highballing it, but. So try again.
Yeah, for some reason this is. Have I like crunched? Oh, I crunched these together.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Hang on. I must have missed the point when I dragged it over.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay, yeah, so that. Yeah. I don't know, something like that, but I think yeah, you can wait even more, to be honest. Yeah. Try again. Um, can you try again? Like, is it me or when it starts, it looks like more faded than where it ends? No, it's not me.
No.
It's really.
No.
What?
It's not more faded at the start.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
Nah, it's a different color for sure. It's not the here is not the same color. Can you take two screenshots? Like one here and one at the start. That is a
Oh, I
different
mean,
color.
yeah, the material fades in. It doesn't like just turn on.
Ah, right. Okay. Can you then? How is that controlled? That material fading?
Um, it's this timeline.
Can you make it quicker?
So it happens over a second. Yeah, over half a second.
Yeah. What?
Also, I'm gonna be off about 3 o'clock. By the way,
Uh.
I just remembered I have to be at my mother-in-law's tomorrow morning at 9. I said I'd sit and wait for the plumber while she goes to work.
Okay. Can you then? Can you wait? Yeah. Can you wait a bit longer? I don't know if to put that in a curve or can can you wait a bit longer to start the actual like
Animation,
the
the
whole
actual
movement?
movement.
Yeah.
Let's put it in the logic. How long do you reckon? Half a second? A second?
Yeah. Try a second to see.
Oh, second's a long time.
It's a long time, but what is weird is like It looks like the see there, right? Why the trigger has that strange? It looks like it's switched on, but the thumbstick doesn't do it. Oh no, okay, it does do it. Can we remove that altogether?
Remove what?
That weird, because like
I don't know what that weird means. I don't know what you want me to remove.
the fade in from
Hmm.
like, okay, the thing is, like, it doesn't fade in from its neutral color to selected. It fades in from almost selected to select. Am I just imagining things? Yeah. Yeah.
So this isn't fading now. This is on from when it gets pulled up.
Yeah. That's good. I don't know. I just it really
This is a
confused
sick
me
hoodie.
when it was yeah, Josh has got a new hoodie. With the
Should we?
graphics card bag, we have we've fixed the issue with the store. We have infinite clothes available.
Should
NFTs.
we? Should we make a like a couple texture variations for the hoodie and the trousers that you could like unlock or something throughout point one?
Well,
Or
yeah,
is
but
that opening a can of worms this
yeah,
late
it's a
to
lot of
release?
work. Alright, so yeah, I think that was one, to be honest. Because like it starts like, okay, right, these are the two buttons that you need to press, right? And then it's like tick. Yeah, I think this is very clear. So what I will do
That whole
is
second is tempting. I'm gonna make that a little bit less, like maybe 0.75.
I will remove the name of the things there and set the text like next to it, like, you know, like to do a cat pass, press the right trigger and do the thing, blah blah, right? Because then it became too much text in there, right?
Oh, that's cool. It's actually died in.
Yeah,
Ah,
I think there's the meep maps going, uh, like the meep map levels are going crazy there.
oh, that's sick.
Yeah.
Oh, we should do like a holographic hoodie. This is just. Um, I was saying when we do like unlockable like event reward stuff, we could do some really fun like you know how they do like trading card different prints and they do like holographic and they do golds and they do like, black and whites. And that'd be fun.
Um, yeah, so can you try again with the text? What? No, so what's the text coming from?
Text is uh semi-random generated from a list. So where's the actual? In so in here we've got tutorial text part 1, 2, 3, and 4. And these are arrays that have been populated. So, like, obviously, component names, that's just component names, and the technique name is taken from. this doesn't need to. This was a really silly solution. I think I can just do this then.
No, but wait.
String.
We don't even need to do that now. We just need to do. Just put it in the. So that is another thing that needs to be in the
table.
In the table. I'm not sure about the variation there because yes, it's a good idea, but if you want to explain something, like you need to be extremely accurate. I mean, I would be quite pissed off is every time I want to learn, if I want to learn about reverse cut pass, the first sentence is, yo. No, just tell me what to do. Don't need to say yo there.
Wow. This might look really, really bad. I just want to test.
No doubts about it.
This is almost guaranteed to look shit. Yeah, no, it doesn't work. I was going to try and like fade back the less important and fade in the more important.
Yeah.
But it
it's a decent idea. But here, yeah, like if you just remove the first and the third, then I think that's all we need. All we need is love. And just put it in the database, really.
You're just murdering Raj's work.
I know, I'm sorry. Raj must really hate me every time tries to do something. I really
Bless
feel this
him.
one.
You do kill a lot of his work, but I mean, you kill a lot of everybody's work. To be fair.
Yeah, at least that is. Yeah.
It is definitely like equal opportunity murder on all all work that comes out of this team.
Possible scenario. But no, I mean Raj is someone that you like. If you have a company, you always want to have at least one Raj in your company. Like, it's just like if you need to, if you need to rely on someone, Raj is who you want in your company. And this is my redemption to killing his work every time. Why is this reverse underscore vote?
Because I guess that's what the enum is written as.
Ah, the enum. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean we can leave it like that, right? But
oh yeah, I mean getting rid of like an underscore there, that's just polish. That's going through the data table and just making sure it's written correctly and not.
Yeah.
That's whatever. That's half an hour of just like checking stuff. See, like RT and right thumb doesn't really tell you anything.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's already there. You basically only need the reverse vote in there.
Yeah, just the move.
Yeah.
Name, the technique name.
But then, if you think about it, you already have it in your function. Because that is the name of the entry in the data table.
Yeah. No, but it coming up on screen, that's not for us, that's for the player.
I know. But like for now, you could just get...
Oh, I could do, but this was already wired up, so for testing, why not just use it?
Yeah, but we need to kill it, right?
Yeah. So really, this would be, as well, if we're just going to have this, we'd want it like up and maybe slightly above the controller, kind of like a. Pardon me. Just like a toe.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly.
Oh, sorry, I faded off then because I could feel that sneeze coming. Thank you. I could feel that coming. That's why I sort of drifted off.
Yeah, I know. I did the same.
um, can I? It's like underline a thing I can do here. Right.
Oh, because you okay? I see what you mean. It's yeah, that is quite sus with the but yeah, you cannot put it in the middle because in the middle is all blur out. Right? Oh, I'm gonna sec. Right? Can you put it in the middle of the actual? Yeah, yeah, but
Yeah, I was gonna
that
say
but you need to
like
leave it because it totally changes by what area is highlighted, right? Why it's so off?
yeah.
Why is that much? Oh, because that doesn't. Okay, that doesn't actually. Right.
Yeah, I really need to set something up. I don't know how, but I need to set something up so this is you could pick what the viewport is that you're looking at. I tried to, but it never really worked. Like I tried to create a thing where you could change it and stuff, but it never really worked. Ah! Okay, so I feel like this should be.
But why is so randomly placed on the screen?
What do you mean random?
Like the layout that you go here doesn't match the position that you go on the screen.
Um, because this isn't any canvas span, and it should. Um, God, I really need to change the preview in the window. I really need to work out how to fix that. It's off by a fucking mile.
Yeah.
It's not even close. It's gonna come from the table as well. So.
Yeah. That. It's not too bad.
Oh, too much. Oh, yo! This BMX work that Doog XL doing in the Discord, this is sick work.
Was it posted a new update?
Yeah, he's done some material work on it.
They look good.
They look really good. They look really good. I bet the spokes were a nightmare to set up as well. Like, I know it's just an array modifier,
Ah, nice.
but I bet getting the like that initial angle to be right, and just to be like, I bet it's such a small window to get the right angle for it to make the array work properly.
Yeah, it's good.
Has it? Wait, is that just like a material scene, or is he actually? Has he actually like made a weld on the joint between the frame
No,
and the
I think he-
handlebar, or is that a material scene?
Yeah, I think it's the texture and that's being go.
Ah, if for a second then I thought he'd actually like done a scene,
Yeah.
like a weld.
No, I think
No, he
it's-
has.
Yeah.
He has. If you look at the grey one, the grey model, and if you like open it in browser and zoom in on it, he's actually done a weld mark around the where the frame meets the handlebars.
What?
The
What
image
frame?
before the texture stuff,
No, but that is just the cylinder going into the other cylinder, right?
But yeah, but he's doing this in Blender, so unless like just a cylinder going into a cylinder wouldn't have that bump. He's had to have put that bump there.
Is that
They would just intersect. Otherwise, they wouldn't like. There would be no like welding mesh bump type effect happen. I think he's intentionally put a weld mark there. You know.
I mean,
Which is
that's
sick.
good attention to detail if you did that. Yeah, it could be. I mean, it could be, but no. So, but
Yeah,
it's very good model.
yeah, it's good. It's good work.
Yeah.
His do you know what I really like as well, which is annoyingly hard to do? Just like the lighting, like a studio lighting to take
Yeah.
photos. That's so annoying to try and set up. It's such a pain in the ass.
Yes. Lighting is hard.
It looks good though. Bless you.
That's it.
Outline material. Does this need to be like a special material? What does this need to be?
Special material.
Yeah. Well, you can outline the text and you can add an outline material. I'm just curious as to what I can't get a material to like do anything in it. I wonder if it has to be like a post-process material or something. It's really in there. So a normal material, font material, and a post-process material don't do anything.
What is outline material?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to work out. Just like I don't even know if I want it. I'm just curious. It might have to be a user interface material. Let me just go.
Really?
So if I've done that, yeah. So it has to be a post-process material. It's kind of cool. You could do some fun stuff for that.
Yeah.
I don't have anything off the top of my mind, off the top of my head to do with it, but it's cool. I wonder. I mean, surely not, but surely it won't do anything. because it post-process, there's nothing to Fresnel. But I'm curious. Yeah, okay, it didn't do anything. If that had somehow worked out how to Fresnel like a UI element, I was about to be fascinated by it. What's some cool stuff you could do with the outline? I guess you could animate it. You could have it like pulse, or you could do like marching ants. Huh. I tried to Fresnel the best time test on the trials.
But it's a flat angle, so it's like.
No, it did actually work.
But
It basically worked as it was like a holographic foil over it. It made it really difficult to read because it made it too light. And in a white level, it made it impossible to read. But it did actually work. Oh, also, by the way, these white squares are something I've added. So you can't see them in game; they're hidden in game.
Mm-hmm.
But when you restart the time trial. Previously, I was getting the time trial location, and then I was tracking back from its forward vector by like 400 units.
Okay.
But I never really liked that solution because it meant you might just accidentally spawn off of a building or something. So this is just like a little placeholder plane. When you respawn, it gets this location and puts you there.
Yeah.
And you can control this in the details panel. So whenever you put down, it defaults to -350, but for each individual time trial, you can you can like set it person to each one now. I have it so that when you spawn, when it teleports you back, it leaves you facing the time trial as well. It rotates the character. But I was really struggling to get it to work for some reason. It was like refusing to rotate the character. I don't really know why, and it wasn't high enough up my. It wasn't important enough on my list for me to spend much time on it. So I'll come back to it another day. Bad.
Maybe a little bit more like inward, like
more out of the corner.
Yeah. Because it's a little bit on the corner. No, I mean, yeah. And I think a little bit higher as well, yeah. But the thumbstick should really be in a almost central position. But maybe left of the screen is better because
But that's only if you're showing the right side of the controller. If you're showing the left side, you're going to want it on the right side of the screen, aren't you? Are you going to want the active part to be in the middle?
Yeah, but everything will shift, right, on the thing.
Yeah.
So text, we're never gonna be aligned correctly to anything, right? It just looks total random where it is. Yeah, can you make it a bit higher?
The control.
Yeah. And the text as well. Just move it together. Can you move it together?
Yeah, I'll get it set up properly at some point. Like in an actual organized in a box and that.
So what is this like? Yeah, this is not bad actually, but the text is way too high. But
Yeah.
like in your UI, right? The controller is nowhere near where it is on the screen. What is this thing?
Oh, it'll be the change camera angle. So if I was to like do that,
But it's really in a different position though. Like
Oh, no,
here
it's-
is
yeah,
the
it's-
top part of the screen. Here is the middle bottom part.
yeah.
No?
No, you're right. You're right. Ah, hang on. There you go. I had this canvas set to 720 instead of 1080, which is not
Yeah.
my game's running at 1080.
No, okay, but surely the position should be the same. Anyway, I want to ask because. I mean, it should keep the position, right? Anyway. Actually, no, that's important because then if anyone will play at different resolution, then that thing is gonna go all over the place, right? Can you center?
Yeah, but
can you anchor in that position?
yeah, that'll be when once we're happy with like how we want the style, like we want it, then I'll nest it in the player HUD and how I've nested the other ones, and I'll make sure that it stays in the same block because I've got like a grid set up, so I'll assign it to a specific space, so that as the canvas changes, it will always maintain that same location.
In the HUD.
Yeah, I'll nest it in the HUD.
All right. Okay.
Kind of like how I've got the time trial.
All right.
Where you bring it in and out, but it has its own set location. That like this is its spot in the HUD, and nothing else goes there. This is its safe zone.
Okay. So can you move the text a little bit down, and then basically we start to finalize this thing, right?
Too much. What do I? I'll stand open. That's not too bad. I kind of like it overlapping slightly. Makes it interesting.
Yeah, but it also makes it a bit annoying.
Is it making you know the trigger a little bit?
Yeah, because it's like
It's a little bit. See, I am finding, and I don't know how to. I don't know what the approach would be to deal with it, but I am finding that the thumbstick and trigger are existing too far apart from each other. Like the screen space they occupy is too separate, and it almost makes it hard to see them both.
Yeah, I know what I mean.
As one element, but I don't know how. I don't know how to get around that because making it smaller won't fix it. It's squishing the mesh won't fix it.
But part of the trigger is transparent, which doesn't help. Because that really confuses the thing,
right? That's just how much. Where is it? That's just the radius of this.
Yeah, no, but I mean, it's not just that. It's that is the the thumbstick is sort of like in the middle, kind of, ish, and the thumbstick is always gonna be, yeah, it's always gonna be more at the periphery of the thing. So I mean, it's okay. I mean, if you
what
make the circle
about
smaller, that's fine. Bigger, sorry.
the right side is 3? Really knows what these have been brushed at some point. Damn.
Can you
Just
make
close the window.
the PlayStation symbol a little bit more? Like in the real one, it's black and it's almost like embedded in the thing, so you don't really notice. But can you make it cool? Do you even see the PlayStation symbol from that view?
Possibly not.
Uh,
Oh, I
what
done it the wrong way.
No, there you don't see it.
Too much. Too much. Too much. And I'm back to where I was. I'm not. What? Was 250? Is that a better angle? They're a bit more
Again?
evenly. They're a bit more evenly in the shot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the PlayStation symbol is just off. Yeah, it's a shame, but
Okay.
okay.
I mean, so we've got some options for the PlayStation symbol. We could just expand the gradient, the feather gradient, so it gets included, or zoom the camera out slightly so it's included. We could make it a color like a blue, like the Sony blue, and make it emissive or something.
Yeah.
So it's like actually brighter. Or we could do some trickery with cameras where I can capture it individually from the rest of the components on its own camera and bring it back in. So the controller would be faded, but the Sony logo wouldn't be. The Sony logo would be separate from the fade and it would exist outside, like above.
That's a bit too sus.
Because that's what I've done with the trigger labels. They're captured separately from the controller, so they don't get the mask applied to them. So the controller fades out, but the text doesn't, which is quite a cool effect. But it might look weird for it is actually part of the mesh.
No, I think that is embedded in the 3D model, so it will look slightly off, right?
Yeah, it might look like almost like it's been photoshopped on.
Yeah. No, I think like try again to play. Yeah, I think the reverse vault is still a little bit too close to the thing, but those are small detail, don't care. I think over there it looks good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just put the material of the PlayStation logo like super shiny blue or something that, yeah.
Do I have?
Just use any super mega reflective
I've already
material.
I set it up with its own material.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, because it's gray, right?
No, what I mean is I've already given it its own material matte ID. What's the Sony blue?
Google. Hey, Chad.
Sony.
Still here.
Hey, what's up, Chad? Sony blue hex code.
Have you seen those video of this slapping?
Oh, the slap fighting.
Yeah, slap fighting.
Jesus Christ. It's insane.
It's like,
I mean, some of them you look at it and it's weak, and then others like they are nuclear striking somebody's head.
Yeah.
Have you seen? Well, I saw one come up recently, earlier today actually, where the whole side of this dude's face was getting
Yeah, I
slapped
saw that one.
was like covered in chalk and it was swollen and his jaw was
Yeah.
like the wrong shape.
Yeah, and then he won, right? He won. Yeah, the other guy was laughing, but then at the end he won.
Like absolute nut jobs.
Yeah, I saw there was I don't know, some Russian guy. I think I don't know if it was exactly Russian, but he's just this big guy that was really, really like slapping everyone. But I think like the real champion is somebody else.
Yeah, it's nuts, dude. Let's try. Oh god, what is that on?
What is that?
Oh, is it already a bramble? Oh. Is it? No, it's not. Let me make it a parameter.
What is that switch thing? Yes.
Oh, stackable parameter. There you go. It lets me switch. When it's true, it'll output the true. When it's false, it'll output the false. I've got it plugged into an emissive. When it's true, it'll take the color. When it's false, it will do a black. A black emissive is nothing.
No, understand.
So look, if I... This is with the switch set through. False. True. False. It's just so I've made a material. I've made an instance of this material.
But why
Sorry?
you don't just use the number?
Why not? I don't know.
Yeah. No, usually like switch is you should never do conditionals in shaders because they're a lot slower.
Oh, Unreal uses this all the time. I got this trick from looking at Unreal materials.
So, very bad.
I didn't realize they were slower.
Yeah, like if you do like if and switch in a shader is basically the worst thing that you can do in a shader is branching. But you don't even need to multiply. You need to set it to the parameter. Ah, you want to just... Hold on a sec, right? The emissive... Is that a color, right? So why you don't...
Yes.
Okay, so why you don't have an input parameter which is a color and you plug it straight into the emissive?
No, I do. It's got the base color coming in.
Yeah,
And
but
then
why you don't
brightness.
have a parameter...
Well, because if it's 0, then it's not outputting any emissive. And if it's 100, it's outputting a fuck lot of emissive.
Yeah, but emissive is...
If I can do that.
Yeah, that's a bit bonkers, man.
It's really not making it through the render,
No,
through the
because
material.
are you sure that that works? It looks like he's taking the green from the. Yeah, he's taking the green. No? Or that turquoise
Ah!
green.
Yes.
It's
Um,
sus.
no, it shouldn't be though.
Hmm.
Is the
I don't
thing.
know, it just looks like a shade of green there. But
Let me just unplug that a sec. Nah, they are just surprisingly similar colors.
hmm. Yeah, maybe choose a bit of different.
It's not helping as well that
Yeah, the
the camera's
brightness.
not completely square on with it. And then when you're making it brightness, you're losing those contours at the same time as being at an angle. It just kind of becomes a blob.
I mean, maybe just put metallic to 1 and roughness to 0 to be really reflective, but that's about it right now.
Right, and then make it like a bright color.
Well, no, because okay, then no, because that is reflecting. That is basically a mirror. Yeah, I mean, it's sus there. No, okay, no, don't do just a mirror. Then just do Okay, maybe yeah, I mean, to be honest, it doesn't look that bad. Maybe a little bit of roughness we need. Yeah.
It's not really. Problem is, it's not really doing anything to
No,
survive the fade.
yeah.
Um,
Don't worry, that's fine. Let's recap on we'll do that later. Let's recap on the
yeah.
actual yeah, on the logic there, right? I think
Okay,
we
yeah.
improve it massively. Like
I'm gonna be going to bed in a minute.
yeah,
So
exactly. So let's check
okay.
that thing works like we wanted, right?
Yeah. So I mean, if I this is no, this is this doesn't want to be these anymore.
Yeah, we
This is
don't
now
need
just
any of that. We just need
oh shit, what did I call it? Tutorial techniques? Yeah. Um, so need that. We don't care about the pause time anymore.
yeah.
We don't care. Oh no, we'll keep the time up there for now.
Yeah, just keep it because I think we use it.
Oh, we can do as well, just to make sure it still works, is make sure it does actually delete its stuff. So wait, what?
Delete itself.
Oh,
Those are the
I don't know
colors.
why. I don't know. Josh has gone real cyberpunk. It's the packs with neck that I'm all about. Like, a proper This is nice. So, where's refresh? There it is. Wait, why are we not getting? Surely connecting that didn't break everything. It wasn't this. So it should be. So
You moved the pause. I think.
I moved the way.
Yeah, the pause. You removed the pause button.
No, that's the desired technique. Comes into desired tech. What? Right, hang on. If I just bypass that and that's reversible. Yeah, okay. Actually, since we're here, we might as well check the fade out. Okay. The colours. Oh, actually, we don't care about fading the colours out anymore because we kind of got rid of that.
Yeah, I think that looked a bit sus. Yeah. Yeah, just one single fade. I think it's better. Yeah, that's better.
Stuff. Okay, so why does setting it here break?
What do you call this?
Where do I call it?
Mm-hmm.
From player character.
Yeah, but you used to choose cut pass and you don't have it?
Oh, yeah, it should be in the table. The text would be wrong, but everything else should be right.
Did you say that you only marked
Oh, no.
the reverse one?
Oh, I did. You're right. Because we changed the struct, and I was like, oh, I'll do the others later. I'll just do the one I do. I forgot we. Yeah. I forgot we changed the whole XYZ mapping and that, didn't we? And it reset it all.
Yeah, but that's fine. We can do it later. I mean, it's like I think like the logic is.
Let me just to test. So let me do that, and then let me set climb as well. Oh. Oh, there should really be a none option in that controller components. So cat pass. The text is going to be wrong, but well, we're going to get that up. The trigger didn't go. Oh, because the curve doesn't have. Oh, I've got curves. Okay, the cat pass comes on. No.
I sure you got the right reference because that one was called Flick Up. Yeah.
Ah.
No, but just
Clever
why
dad.
did he rename it cat parts? I think that should be flick up, right? That is a flick up, no?
Yeah. It was when I was doing it as a test of putting the Z on it. Yeah, I mean the timing's all shit.
Yeah.
Okay, but it works. So let me return that flick up. And then let's make sure climb works. But climb will be mapped currently to the X,
Yeah.
not to the Z. So let me just switch that.
It is dead, right? You need to map, right? Oh, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but it trigger in is on the X.
Okay.
So oh, but the logic is for it always to be on the Z. It's not allowed to be on there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a little bit of the logic that we may want to play with, because not now, but I think at some point it's gonna be good to have a mapping of what is X, what is Y, what is Z, in regard to the other mapping.
Yeah. Oh, and
Oh,
pivot's in the wrong place. Oh no, the pivot's not in the wrong place. I need to copy the control rig logic over. Because I only done it on one half.
functions and this.
Oh, I can do that actually. Yeah. The reason I couldn't do it as a function, or the reason I didn't do it as a function before, was because I had the rotation errors and I was having to do different corrections.
Right, yeah.
But now I've corrected the rotation error, I'm not having to do different corrections. It just works.
Yeah.
I could set that down. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So no, it works.
Yeah.
The codes all need redoing.
Why
But
the text is
it works.
a little more down than the left hand side?
Oh, that is a discrepancy in camera positions.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
there you go. Yeah, no, that's right. Nice, it works. It works. It needs the stuff. Yeah, it needs the curves redoing. But it works. Nice.
Right, check it in.
Yeah, I will do in a second. So I'll make a note if you do. Do you think there's anything else you want on this list? That is. Why is this writing so funny?
No, if anything, I want less.
What on the tutorial list? So this is what we've got at the moment.
Ah, on that list. So sorry for on those input parameters. Mm, no, I'll probably not use move around in camera. Is it's a little bit silly, but
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's really, yeah.
But also, should we do it anyway?
Yeah, I don't know. It could be good for just be more complete, but yeah, I don't know. It's
And it's not like it takes much to add to this list anymore. It's just whatever time it takes to make a new curve.
no, but it adds a little bit of complexity that could not be there. For example, like move around and move camera should really be shown once ever, while the cut pass probably need to have it like 2 or 3 times just to get just to make sure. So like when you start adding those things, it's like just complexity for no reason. It always be so.
Okay.
But
makes sense.
leave it there. We just don't use it, so you know. Like,
Okay.
and yeah.
Okay. Right, I'm gonna save and check this stuff in then.
Yeah.
And then go to bed, and I get to have a fun day tomorrow of sitting around waiting for a plumber and a gas technician.
Yeah.
Yay. And unfortunately, I won't have my PC with me. I need to get a laptop. I need to get like a work laptop. We need to get picked up by Sony, and I can just get a work laptop and I can put it on the hits card.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we need to get quite a bit of
Papadado can get us all work laptops.
We can get some PlayStation 5 if you want, but that won't help you.
I'll take it.
Yeah, no, maybe take it, yeah, sure.
I'm not gonna say no. Take 20. I'll sell 19.
Yeah, selling on the black market. Right, excellent. And excellent watchers.
Thank you for the lessons tonight, by the way. It was like a proper like logic and structure lesson and that. So thank you tonight.
Yeah, I'm really not sure. Like, I was sleeping half of the time, so probably I said that and also bullshit things, but you know, we made it flip.
No, I've learned a lot. Learned a lot tonight.
Are you gonna be on Sunday?
Yes. I'm not back at work until Wednesday, so yeah, I don't know exactly what time I'll be on, but I'll be on Sunday day session.
Yeah, so I think the plan is my plan would be to get these all these things are out for Monday. Like the menu is okay, right? It's
the pause menu, the settings menu.
Yeah, setting menu and stuff like that. That is all okay.
I do need to check that us changing the DPI scaling hasn't fucked it up.
Yeah.
I think it will be okay. I can't see a reason it would break it, but unreal.
So yeah, it will break it, and we will know only after someone
Yes.
random complains on Discord. Yeah, right. That's okay. So yeah, the plan is to get it to the buckets on Monday and
Monday morning or like afternoon? Even?
night as usual, I think. And
That's
then and then even a good review with Drew on Wednesday afternoon ish. And then really started to push in on the social. Yeah, and sending this to our preferred partner.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right then. Let's go to bed. All right. We're too tired, guys.
Oh. Oh no, I'll send you this another time. It doesn't matter.
Excellent. Right. So, good night, everyone. Good night, streamers. Good night, guys. We'll
Good
catch
night, everybody.
you later.